I can hear you. Hi, Vinayak.
Cricket added to the festive cheer surrounding the Eid celebrations. The poster boys of Pakistan cricket were back in the park after a break. Came to the party striking Cricket added to the festive cheer surrounding the Eid celebrations. The poster boys of Pakistan cricket were back in the park after a break. But New Zealand bowlers came to the party striking some early blows.
Cleaned them up, picks up the prize scalp of the opposition skipper. Babar goes for 9.
Then Saim Ayub showed just why he is considered one of the brightest batting stars of the future.
And that is absolutely brilliant.
Along with the young gun, a vintage Fakhr Zaman lit up the Gaddafi Stadium.
Oh, is there another one? How good was that? It was right on the toes.
Matt Henry's hat-trick brought the visitors back in the game.
Hit high. Is it long enough? Oh, what a brilliant effort.
It was then the turn of the feared Pakistan's fast bowling battery to turn up the heat. Haris Rauf was simply unstoppable as New Zealand batters were blown over by his searing pace.
Bowling, fittingly Haris Rauf knocks the stumps over.
Can Pakistan continue their winning run, or will New Zealand manage to bounce back? Cricket festivity continues at the Gaddafi Stadium in Lahore tonight.
Welcome to the beautiful city of Lahore in all its glory, well lit at this point of time in this festive period of Ramadan. And we're here for the second T20 between Pakistan versus New Zealand. Dafa News, Bank Al Falah Dafa News presents T20 International Series. It's the second T20 live from Gaddafi Stadium between both the sides. Welcome to the Inverex Solar Energy Pitchside Show, and it's always a pleasure to bring you all the cricket coverage. And this is the second T20 international between both these sides. Pakistan are leading the series 1-0. They played magnificently yesterday. It was a clinical win by them. New Zealand falling short in different areas, some areas of concern, but of course they've only just started their tour. Now with me, I've got a very special set of guests. Of course, we've got Grant Elliott, but next to him is somebody who's normally sitting in the hot seat where I am. So it gives me great pleasure to have Sikandar Bakht next to me. Sikandar, you know what I'm liking about this? What I'm liking about this is that it gives me the opportunity to ask you all the tough questions.
Hang on a second. Hello and welcome to the Pitchside Studio, and here we are. So now we're actually starting the show here. I've got my guests, Grant Elliott, and of course, Sarah. You know, the lights have gone off, but the game is still on. It's the other side of the pitch. I've got the new ball here. So should I shoot the first question to you?
You're not allowed to do that because you're not in the hot seat anymore. Okay. It's me who's there, and I am going to be asking all the questions and all the tough questions. It gives me an opportunity to corner him as well on various topics we've discussed off air. But starting with you, G, then New Zealand, the way they started off, not really the kind of start that they would have wanted, but it's just only the beginning. What are the areas do you think they need to change or improve on today?
Are you guys all right, first of all? I don't want any fighting in the studio here. Before I start are we all right?
We have a love-hate relationship.
look this side when you're talking. This is where the show is coming from.
No, listen, it was disappointing from New Zealand's perspective, but what I do think is that, you never want to look for excuses in cricket, but it was an early start for them. They had one-day build-up. I think that, in terms of trying to adapt to this wicket, when you look in New Zealand conditions, you want to get the ball fuller as a bowler, and also when the ball is quite short, you're expecting it to be a little bit, I guess, higher up, gets that elevated bounce so that you can pull it and use your horizontal bat shots. And I think a lot of the time, the New Zealand players were caught playing horizontal bat shots to a fuller delivery. So I think that they need to adapt. They need to adapt quickly. I think the batting let them down. I think bowling was all right. There was a few extras, which I think New Zealand are normally really good with the extras. Fielding was on par. I just think it's the batting. And I think that top three, it will be interesting to see who bats in the top three today. But I think that is a little bit unsettling. There's no Tim Seifert. He's at home for the birth of his first child, so he's missing out, and obviously the IPL players. But New Zealand have to adapt, and they're a very proud nation. They always come back and they always fight, and I think that that's indicative of Matt Henry's hat-trick. That hat-trick where Daryl Mitchell was diving over the boundary, they fight till the end. So I want to see a lot of fight from New Zealand, and I think they're up against it. This is a very classy Pakistan team.
What about Pakistan then, Sikandar? Everything went well for them yesterday, but they do have a selection dilemma. It's a good dilemma to have because there's lots to choose from.
Yeah, it's a good problem to have, isn't it? I mean, you got that many bowlers, and you got Ehsanullah sitting outside, Naseem Shah sitting outside, and they're trying to make their way into the 11. And yesterday's performance in terms of bowling, Pakistan was spot on, because we see that thing that was missing against the Afghanistan series. Some key players were rested. They came back and they looked fresh after that little short break. And how good was Haris Rauf, of course, as we saw the way he bowled. I mean, absolutely brilliant.
Well, in case you guys missed out on what happened from yesterday's game, just a quick recap of how things went for Pakistan and New Zealand. Pakistan obviously made 182 in their 20 overs, and Saim Ayub was the top scorer along with Fakhar Zamani. Really got them off to that good start, and in response New Zealand was bowled out for 94 and Pakistan winning by quite a handsome amount of runs. Well, Haris Rauf was definitely the star of the show yesterday, taking those 4 wickets. Let's have a look at how things went for him yesterday. I mean, you look at his performance, Sikandar. I mean, he's been one of the main premier bowlers for Pakistan. What do you think makes him a standout bowler from the rest of the options that they have already in their resources? You know, they have Shaheen, they have Naseem. Pace is something which is really not an issue within Pakistan cricket.
You know, what's been good about Haris Rauf is the way he's graduated, from where he started off and where he is today. I mean, he's worked hard and he's looked so good. And with that pace, if you have accuracy, then you are a really difficult candidate to handle as a batter. And that's what we saw yesterday. He was within the set of the stumps and he was rapid. And that's what we look at. And, you know, you remember when you go back in time, he used to bowl first change in the T20s. His economy wasn't really that good, but now he's worked so well. He's got more variations coming in. He's got a good slower one. And you just see how he has come up as a fast bowler. And that responsibility factor that has been put on him as a senior bowler now has just, you know, shown more bright colors in him as a bowler.
Gee, you saw a bit of him at a very, very early stage in his career.
Well, actually funny you mentioned that, because Carl Mills, who's here as well, we saw Haris Rauf when we went to Sydney, when they had the Finder Calendar, when, you know, 400,000 Lahorians joined the program to see if they could make the team. And Haris Rauf was on tour. It was a development tour. And, you know, he had hardly bowled with a proper cricket ball. It was more tape ball. So he was talented. But now, like, you look at what he's done. He's done it all over the world. He's played in the Big Bash. He's, you know, played in New Zealand. Wherever he goes, he takes wickets. So exactly what Sikandar said. This guy is gold in any team, any white ball team, because someone that can take wickets through the middle or at the early stages just puts the brakes on any team. So I would throw him the ball all the time and go, get me a wicket. So bowl at the stumps, like Sikandar said, and bowl the speed of light, and that's what he did.
Yeah, he's got a fantastic attitude. But talking about a fantastic attitude, it's not just the bowlers that have that. There is somebody who is a potential star in the making for Pakistan cricket. We're talking about Saim Ayub. Arooj Mumtaz caught up earlier with him.
Star Talk brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Well, a certain youngster who caught our eye during the recent HBL PSL was Saim Ayub, the youngster. He's alongside Saim. Thank you very much for joining me. एक खास shot जो आपका बड़ा famous हो गया था, which caught our eyes, was the no-look pickup shot. उस पे हम बात करेंगे, but पहले ये बताएं कि HBL PSL से international cricket का सफर, what has changed?
बिल्कुल देखें, क्रिकेट तो मेरा ख्याल है कि तकरीबन एक जैसी है, क्योंकि वहाँ पे भी बहुत ज़्यादा एनालाइज करते हैं ओपोजिशन को और स्ट्रेंथ पे सबकी नज़र होती है, एक्सपोज भी होता है। लेकिन प्रेशर इसके हमने पाकिस्तान अपने मुल्क की जर्सी पहनी होती है, क्योंकि इंटरनेशनल क्रिकेट में तो वो थोड़ा सा प्रेशर होता है और ऑब्वियसली हर लेवल के प्लेयर पे वो प्रेशर होता है, मेरा ये मानना है। तो और अगर आपने कल परफॉर्म किया है तब भी आज अगर आप मैच खेल रहे हैं तो उसमें भी थोड़ी नर्वसनेस और प्रेशर होता है, आपको ज़ीरो से स्टार्ट करना पड़ता है हर दिन। तो मैं नहीं मानता इतना फ़र्क है, थोड़ा सा फ़र्क है, लेकिन इंटरनेशनल क्रिकेट ऑब्वियसली अ लिटिल बिट डिफिकल्ट।
लिटिल बिट डिफिकल्ट तो है, बट साइम ने इसने कहा कि प्रेशर होता है, बट जब ये अपना नो लुक पिकअप शॉट खेलते हैं तो लगता नहीं कि कोई प्रेशर है. लेट्स हैव अ लुक एट सम ऑफ द शॉट्स ही डिड प्ले ड्यूरिंग द HBL PSL. साइम, खुद अपने इस शॉट के बारे में बताएं, कहाँ से पिकअप किया, वेयर डिड इट कम फ्रॉम?
जस्ट जब मैं T20 की प्रैक्टिस कर रहा था अपने नेशनल T20 से पहले, तो मैंने ये सोचा था कि कुछ अलग होना चाहिए, क्योंकि माइंड में यही होता था कि कहाँ पे गैप्स होते हैं आपके अवेलेबल, क्योंकि मैं ऐसा प्लेयर हूँ कि मैं गैप्स में खेलना प्रेफर करता हूँ. तो ऑब्वियसली फाइन लेग ज़्यादातर ऊपर रखते हैं बॉलर्स ना, तो मैंने यही सोचा था कि इसको खेलना किस तरह से, और इसको सिंपल भी रखना है, लेकिन ये इसका जो सक्सेस रेट है वो ज़्यादा कैसे हो सकता है. तो मैंने बेसिक्स यही सोची थी कि इसकी जो पोजीशनिंग है ना वो, और हेड स्टिल होना चाहिए, तो उससे वो बेहतरी आई थोड़ी सी.
तो जो आपने बात करी कि सिंपल, क्योंकि जो फंडामेंटल्स ऑफ बैटिंग है वो प्रॉब्ली सेम ही रहते हैं हर चीज़ के अंदर, क्योंकि इसमें आप एक चीज़ जल्दी करते हो, यू गेट इनटू गुड पोजीशंस अर्ली एंड देन योर हेड रिमेन स्टिल. तो उसमें आप, तो अगर आप खुद भी एक दफ़ा डेमोन्स्ट्रेट करके बता दो कि आपके हिसाब से व्हाट आर द फंडामेंटल्स, क्योंकि इसमें आप बड़ा जल्दी पोजीशन में आते हो, और जो आपकी जिसकी बेसिक फंडामेंटल की बात करें, योर हेड रिमेन्स वेरी स्टिल. सो इफ़ यू जस्ट गिव अस अ क्विक, क्या आपके क्या क्या बेसिक स्टेप्स हैं?
ये आप मेरे स्टेप्स वैसे एक्सपोज कर रही हैं टीवी पे सबको पता चल जाएगा. लेकिन ऐसा है कि सबसे पहली कोशिश होती है मेरी कि डीप क्रीज में खड़ा हूँ, और उसके बाद अपनी बेस बनाऊँ डीप जाके, बिल्कुल डीप क्रीज में जितना मैं जा सकता हूँ. उसके बाद मैंने हेड को स्टिल रखना है, और डीप पोजीशन बनाने के बाद मैं देखता हूँ कि बॉलर जहाँ बॉल ऑफ स्टंप पे बॉल करेगा तो उसको उस तरीके से लेके जाना है. मिडिल में कर दी तो जाएगी पीछे, और लेग स्टंप पे कर दी तो वैसे ही पीछे चली जाएगी. तो ये बेसिकली ऐसा नहीं है कि मैं पहले से ही सोच लेता हूँ कि नहीं मैंने मारना ही मारना है, लेकिन मैं पोजीशन बना के इसको देखता हूँ कि बस मिल गई बॉल तो फिर मारना है इसको, नहीं तो नहीं. लेकिन हेड इसमें स्टिल रहता.
अच्छा, जैसा T20 क्रिकेट इवॉल्व करी, जितनी कहते हैं ना मॉडर्न डे के हिसाब से फंकी भी होती चली जा रही है, ये नो लुक साइम अयूब शॉट भी एक उसी कैटेगरी में आता है. कुछ और इन्वेंट कर रहे हैं?
नहीं,
अभी सारी सीक्रेट्स नहीं बता रहे हमें.
पहले तो मैं अभी फ़िलहाल ये कोशिश कर रहा हूँ कि जितना सिंपल क्रिकेटिंग शॉट्स पे मेरा स्कोर हो सके उतना हो, क्योंकि अभी देखें लास्ट कुछ मैचों में भी मैंने नो लुक शॉट ट्राई नहीं किया, क्योंकि मुझे ऐसे ही रन्स मिल रहे हैं तो फिर ज़रूरत नहीं है. लेकिन जहाँ अगर मुझे रन्स नहीं मिलेंगे या मेरी नेचुरल इंस्टिंक्ट आएगी विकेट पे खड़े होकर, तो वो मैं ज़रूर ट्राई करूँगा. और अभी इसके अलावा बहुत सारे शॉट्स हैं, कोशिश कर रहा हूँ मैं, बट अभी नहीं बताऊँगा.
Simon, thank you very much for joining us. I hope you've had a fun chat listening to what the youngster has to say, and there's plenty of all of you to learn from this guy who has a long way to come in national cricket.
Star Talk brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
He certainly made certain headlines with that no-look shot. Quick thoughts on that? Difficult to execute?
Oh, I think, if you keep your eye on the ball, doesn't matter at impact, it doesn't really matter where it goes. But the fact that, you have to be balanced when you're batting, you see he gets into a balanced position, he waits, and if the delivery is in the area where he can perform that shot, and we've seen a number of players do it, Martin Guptill, he'll go bang and then just keep his head down. And, I think that, players that are balanced, and the eyes are the most important thing, you can judge line and length very well, and he does that. I mean, he looked like such a quality player. He was playing proper cricket shots. He wasn't going out there and just throwing the bat at everything. They were quality cricket shots, especially that one over extra cover.
All right, we're talking about Saim Ayub playing that brilliant shot. It's definitely not easy to execute. We've seen a bit of that in the past as well. The captains are getting ready now with the toss. Babar Azam, the captain, alongside Tom Latham. We're interested to see if they make any changes at all, because we have seen that Pakistan would normally stick to that winning combination. That's been the one thing of Pakistan. Any changes do you expect before we head towards the toss, or do you think Pakistan's going to stick to the winning combination?
I don't think Pakistan needs to do anything. I mean, they would go with that winning combination. I don't know about New Zealand, what the bench can offer, but Pakistan, I think they should carry on. At least it's just the second game of the 5 T20s. So stay with what you have.
They do have a lot of options, though, in that camp. Ehsanullah is there. Naseem Shah, remember, he wasn't playing. You've also got an option of, the openers, because there's been so much conjecture around who should open. Mohammad Haris is also in the mix of things. So a lot of dilemmas, but like I said, not bad dilemmas to have.
Well, they can do iftikhar and bring in Haris if they want to. Again, why would you touch something which is going well for you? You've just had a win by 88 runs. If they want to sacrifice a bowler in Fahim Ashraf, an all-rounder, and bring in Haris, I don't know, but they've got a keeper already. I don't see Haris coming at the moment.
All right, hopefully we will get to see him at some point, because he is another exciting talent to come through Pakistan cricket. Now we are ready with the toss. It's over to Bazat Khan, who's out there with the two captains.
Toss and pitch report brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Toss time here at Gaddafi Stadium, Lahore. Second game of a best of 5. We've got the ICC match referee Dapper Ali Naqvi, Babar Azam and Tom Latham. I believe Babar has the coin. Heads is the call.
That is tails.
It's a tails. Babar, you won the toss again. What are you doing and why?
We will bat first because of pitches look like dry and little bit grass on it. So we will try to score on those board and put pressure on them.
Is it slightly different to the pitch we had in the first game?
I think so. It look like a different and less grass on the pitch. So yeah, I think it's much better than last match.
What type of team combination do you have?
We have the same team.
Same team. You've got so many fast bowlers in the squad. Is that a good thing or is that a headache in team selection?
To be honest, it's not easy because I have blessed. I have a lot of like outstanding bowler lineup, and the way all the bowlers are bowling, especially our senior boys and youngster also. So definitely it's not easy, but yeah, good to hear a lot of fast bowlers.
Well, whoever doesn't play bowls faster in the nets or not?
Yeah, everyone trying to do fast bowling and try to full fast.
Thank you very much and good luck. Tom, it's the same thing again, but it's such a quick turnover. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Yeah, look, I think it's a good thing. We've obviously got to park what happened last night, and we've got to learn pretty quickly. And you know, we've got a great opportunity to do that first up with the ball.
We saw with the bat slightly different conditions. The horizontal bat shot slightly tougher here.
Yeah, I think that's probably the adjustment we probably didn't, you know, make quick enough. We, as you said, we probably looked a little bit square initially, rather than probably looking a little bit straighter. So, as I said, we've got it's a pretty quick turnaround. So it's important we take those learnings from last night and put them into practice today.
So any changes in your team at all?
Yeah, we've got 2 changes. So we're just resting Adam Milne just with a quick turnaround, and Anish Sodhi's got a little precautionary niggle. So Henry Shipley and Cole McConkey come into the side.
So still pace on.
Still a bit of pace here.
Yeah, good luck. Good luck
thank you.
again. So the news here is that Pakistan have won the toss and they're having a bat. And to tell us more about the pitch, we'll just go over to Rooj Mumtaz.
Thanks, Baz. And I'm not surprised why Babar Azam actually chose to bat first. It's the same surface where the HBL PSL 8 final was held. 200 played, 199 in that thriller of an epic final. And why you think Babar Azam chose to bat is have a look at the color of the surface. The one that previously played had those fresh blade grass of green and that green tinge. The cracks and the zip of the surface provided that little bit of lateral movement, which is why batting up front was slightly difficult. This one, it looks a little bit more harder, rolled in. The grass is more browner than greener. So once again, the bowler's margin of error will be very slim because it again looks like it has plenty of runs on offer.
Toss and pitch report brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
All right, once again, Pakistan going unchanged in this match as well. Sikandar, we were talking about the fact that Pakistan might go unchanged, but I mean, just in terms of what can they do differently? I have to ask you that question because you normally ask that from the losing side, but as a side, you're always looking to evolve and improve. So what are the areas that at least you would like to see Pakistan sort of work on?
Well, not really differently, but we'd love to see what happens if Saim Ayub and the other Fakhr Zaman come in later in batting, because they've got 4 openers and they complement each other. We lost Babar and Mohammad Rizwan early, still got that power play going, but how would Saim and Fakhr Zaman perform if they come an opportunity to come in over number 10 or 11? And then a little bit more from Shadab and Iftikhar and Imad. If they come in somewhere around the 15th over, Pakistan lost the momentum, don't forget, in the first game. That was because of a hat-trick. That doesn't happen every day. But yes, Pakistan could have scored those extra 15, 20 runs in that first game, and they'd like to correct that because 200 is available out there.
Okay, you've passed your test really well. I have to say, on this end as well, you're good on both ends, I have to say. But thank you so much for joining, Sikandar and Grant Elliott, both of you. Just a quick reminder, in case you guys have just tuned in, that Pakistan has won the toss and they have elected to bat first. We'll be taking a short break, and when we do come back, you will be joined by a set of new guests. Back at the Inverex Solar Energy pit side show, in case you've just joined in, Pakistan has won the toss and they have elected to bat first. They're going unchanged. 2 changes for New Zealand as well, and now being joined by Kyle Mills and Bazid Khan. Baz, are you surprised at all that Pakistan have gone unchanged, or is that something that you were expecting?
No, I would have thought they'd go unchanged, but you just look at the fast bowlers. You want to rotate the fast bowlers. Maybe in the next game or the game after that, they rotate them. The only issue would be that you're playing back-to-back games, and do you want to put your faster men under that stress? At the moment, they think they're fit enough, they're good enough to do that. So that was the only concern. Otherwise, I would have expected the same team.
Well, New Zealand, on the other hand, have decided to rest one of their fast bowlers. You know, Baz is talking about workload management and how it is going to be a relatively longer tour. So do you think that is the correct decision?
Yeah, Adam Milne, I guess, a history of injuries. Only just recently flew into Pakistan, 1 training session straight into the game. So I think it's probably a bit too much back-to-back early on in the tour, especially it's very hot. Today was a very hot day in Lahore. So he steps out and a young fella called Henry Shipley comes into play as his replacement, who's a very tall bowler, hits the wicket really hard, inexperienced in these types of conditions, but I'm sure he's champing at the bit to get out there.
Yeah, what about Pakistan then? Let's have a look at their side, what it looks like. We've pretty much the same team, Baz. Anything that they can do differently in terms of, you know, having a floating batting order, or make a few changes, send somebody up the order, down the order?
The only thing that they would have said is same order, but bat better. They need to just slightly bat better. I think they left a few runs out there when they did bat, and at one stage it looked as if they might get to 200, which they didn't. But otherwise, they'd be very satisfied with the way that they played, not last night, but tonight, really.
All right, McConkey comes back, comes in for New Zealand as well, alongside Shipley that you just mentioned. What do you think they bring to the table? You already mentioned Shipley. What about McConkey?
Well, McConkey, right-arm off-spinner, middle-order batter, very good player, very good domestic record back home in New Zealand. Again, one of these younger players who are on this tour to see what he's all about, really, in this international setup. Very dominant performance last night by Pakistan with the ball. They were ruthless, let's be honest. They bowled fast, they bowled straight, they were entertaining to watch. This New Zealand top order need to stack on some runs. You know, they need to front up with some runs at the top of the order because the bowling group did an okay job last night.
Agree with the opening combination that they have?
Look, I think so with the group that they have here. I think Tom Latham will look to bat through and the others need to bat around him.
All right. So sticking to the same opening combination, but we're talking about this series being played in Ramadan. We saw a brilliant crowd yesterday here in Gaddafi Stadium. It's great to see them come out in huge numbers and support their sides in this particular month. It's time for some gupshup with Mehak.
Cracker of a match we all witnessed last night, with Pakistan coming out on top against New Zealand in that first T20 international. Now, it's said that Pakistan has one of the best bowling attacks in the world, and that's been the case for many years now. However, we saw a good example of that last night with quality spells from that bowling department. Now, let's go and ask the fans regarding their thoughts from last night's performance and their expectations moving forward. अच्छा, कल के मैच में पाकिस्तान ने काफ़ी तगड़ी बॉलिंग कराई, तो आप ओवरऑल उनकी बॉलिंग परफॉर्मेंस के बारे में क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
उनकी बॉलिंग काफ़ी अच्छी थी। हारिस रऊफ ने 4 विकेट्स लिए हैं, मैन ऑफ द मैच भी रहे हैं, एंड पे उन्होंने स्कोर भी काफ़ी इनिंग्स के एंड पे हमें अच्छे टोटल तक पहुंचाया है। उनकी बॉलिंग काफ़ी अच्छी थी, इसकी वजह से हमें मैच में काफ़ी जल्दी विक्ट्री मिल गई है।
अच्छा, आपको लगता है कि शाहीन शाह अफरीदी इस वक्त के बेस्ट बॉलर हैं दुनिया में?
वेल डेफिनेटली उन्होंने इतने सारे मतलब विकेट्स लिए हैं और वो इतने मतलब बेस्ट बॉलर ऑफ द वर्ल्ड हैं और लेजेंडली हैं वो, तो डेफिनेटली वो बेस्ट बॉलर है।
अच्छा, गोल्डन क्वेश्चन, क्या आपको लगता है कि इस पेस अटैक के साथ पाकिस्तान इस साल वर्ल्ड कप वापस पाकिस्तान जीत कर ला सकता है?
टॉकिंग अबाउट वर्ल्ड कप, यार हमारे पास बॉलर्स अब इतने अच्छे आ चुके हैं, लाइक शाहीन अफरीदी, हारिस रऊफ एंड जमान खान के। मुझे लगता है कि हमें होप अच्छा बस मतलब होप हमें अच्छी करनी चाहिए, और एंड आई नो कि जो है ना वो वर्ल्ड कप अगर ऐसे बॉलर्स के साथ, ऐसे पेसर्स के साथ चलता रहा है तो will win the World Cup.
Well, let's hope so. Let's hope for the best.
Yes, inshallah.
Thank you so much for speaking to us. And as we can see that the fans are soaring high because of Pakistan's win last night. However, let's see if New Zealand can bounce back today and try and get a win under their belt, or will it be Pakistan who will rise victorious again?
Thanks, Mike. I think New Zealand will definitely be looking to redeem themselves today, Kyle. Just in terms of how they plan to redeem themselves, you said they should stick to the opening combination, but there was one area, and a couple of areas, but one area of positive if you look at their performance yesterday. Matt Henry's hair trick is something that's going to go down in not just as a personal milestone, but in the history books.
Yeah, one of 4 New Zealanders to achieve the feat, and he bowled excellent last night. He bowled fast, he bowled nice and straight, and what a great catch on the boundary for the 3rd wicket. You can see the carry they got early on at the start of that innings was excellent. That's the line right there they need to continue to bowl. Daryl Mitchell here, brilliant hands out in the deep. Kept his little toes inside the boundary rope and flicked it onto Chad Bowles for a great bit of teamwork. But Matt Henry needs to replicate that type of performance tonight. You need the senior players. With the inexperienced group, you do need those senior players to step up.
You're talking about them stepping up. They need to step up in their batting department as well. I mean, considering the total, considering the response that they had to that first innings total, I mean, is it really about adapting to these conditions, coming out of that jet lag a little bit, and just sort of getting in there?
You'd like to think they'll be better for the hit out from last night. Only one training session into last night's game. Not good enough. I think they'll be better for that experience. They need runs on the board. Again, they need those senior players to step up. This Pakistan bowling lineup, it was ruthless last night. They bowled fast, they were accurate, and they were intimidating. And it was a tough challenge for the New Zealanders to come out and face that. But look, that's international cricket. That's touring this part of the world. And to get a taste of it last night, hopefully they'll be better for the experience.
Do you think Pakistan has the best bowling attack in the world right now? I mean, I asked this question yesterday as well. Basil is having a bit of a chuckle there. I don't know why. I'll come to him.
There's a few good ones around. You look at that Australian lineup, they're very good. The New Zealand lineup, when they have Tim Southee, Trent Boult back, they swing it around. But as far as pure pace and the left arm variety as well of Afridi, to see him back, it's great to see him back, isn't it, on the international stage. Pakistan cricket needs him back. World cricket needs him back. And to see Haris Rauf bowl so well last night as well. Such a guy with great energy, and he lifts the team, and he certainly led from the front.
Just in terms of what's going to be a good total from a New Zealand perspective, Basit, then?
I think they did well restricting Pakistan to 180. Slightly different wicket, so maybe something under the 160, but they'll have to bat well. The only good thing for them is that they've now faced the Pakistani attack once. It's quite a different attack. Zaman Khan, Haris Rauf, Shaheen Shah Afridi need to face them a lot to actually bat better against them.
It might be a case of them getting better as the tour goes on and they get a chance to face them more, but it should be an interesting contest. One thing is for sure, don't count New Zealand out completely because they have an ability to bounce back really, really well. Now, on that note, we will be taking a short break. Pakistan has won the toss and they have decided to bat first. See you guys shortly after this break.
cricket added to the festive cheer surrounding the Eid celebrations. The poster boys of Pakistan cricket were back in the park after a break. But New Zealand bowlers came to the party striking some early blows.
Cleaned him up. Picks up the prize scalp of the opposition skipper. Babar goes for 9.
Then Saim Ayub showed just why he is considered one of the brightest batting stars of the future.
And that is absolutely brilliant.
Along with the young gun, a vintage Fakhr Zaman lit up the Gaddafi Stadium.
Oh, is there another one? How good was that? It was right on the toes.
Matt Henry's hat-trick brought the visitors back in the game.
Hit high. Is it long enough? Oh, what a brilliant effort.
It was then the turn of the feared Pakistan's fast bowling battery to turn up the heat. Haris Rauf was simply unstoppable as New Zealand batters were blown over by his searing pace.
Bowling, fittingly Haris Rauf knocks the stumps over.
Can Pakistan continue their winning run, or will New Zealand manage to bounce back? Cricket festivity continues at the Gaddafi Stadium in Lahore tonight.
Hello and welcome once again to the Gaddafi Stadium in Lahore as we are ready to bring you live action for the Bank Kalpala presents Dafa News T20I series between Pakistan and New Zealand. It's time for the second T20I. The first one went in Pakistan's favour just yesterday when Pakistan cleaned up New Zealand by 88 runs. 3 more to follow after this. One more day after in Lahore, followed by the 2 in Rawalpindi on the 20th and 24th of April. Official photographs being taken. Big smiles out as the Pakistan team leads this 5-match series 2-1. Full-strength Pakistan side back in national colours. Babar Azam, he completed 100 T20Is yesterday. The star of the show was Haris Rauf, picked up his best figures in his international T20I career with 4 up front, wreaking havoc as always. Shaheen Shah Afridi, one of the stars in Pakistan cricket, Saim Ayub, he's impressed one and all. The New Zealand side, on the other hand, trying to make plenty of opportunity, plenty of young players, newer players around the experience of the captain Latham, Jimmy Neesham in there as well, Daryl Mitchell, Ish Sodhi, Mark Chapman, well, he can hit the ball as well. So warm-ups and photographs underway. As earlier on, the pitch looks slightly different to the first one. Looked a lot more browner, drier. What it does promise is plenty of runs. Same surface as the final of the HBL PSL, played 200 versus 199 in that thriller. It's a hard surface and the ball should be flying off. It was once again a Babar Azam winning the toss, and without any hesitation, once the coin landed in his favour, he elected to have a bat once again. Skipper had plenty to smile about and has stuck with the same team for the second T20I as well. Up front, once again, Babar Azam and Mohammad Rizwan. They'll want to probably get on with some runs. In the middle, Fakhr Zaman and Saim Ayub. That left-handed duo wreaked havoc in the middle for New Zealand. Shadab, Iftikhar, Imad, Fahim, all great all-rounders, both with bat and ball. And then you've got the pace attack in Shaheen Shah Afridi, Haris Rauf and Zaman Khan. Grant Elliott alongside. What do we make of this New Zealand side?
Yeah, well, the New Zealand team licking their wounds after last night, but there's just the 2 changes. McConkie as the all-rounder and Shipley, who come in for both Adam Milne and Ish Sodhi. I really like that combination of Rachin Ravindra and Cole McConkie through the middle there. You've got left-arm orthodox, they can both bat. It'll be the top order, Latham, Bose, Young and Mitchell, that are going to have to produce the goods. Chapman and Neesham in the middle order. So uphill battle for New Zealand after last night or today, and it's going to be a tough one.
It's going to be a tough one, and the crowd builds up at the Gaddafi Stadium. It was a good crowd yesterday as well. And earlier on, Sikandar Buff caught up with a very special New Zealand batter.
Well, I've got Mark Chapman alongside me. Let's have a little word with him and find out what's the team thinking after yesterday. Now, it's a quick turnaround for the team and for you after last night's defeat. What's been the discussion and what are the areas that you're looking to fine-tune for the game today?
Yeah, I think, obviously with a quick turnaround, you can't dwell too much on yesterday. We didn't get over on the right side of the line, but there are definitely some lessons that we're taking into today around the conditions and different lines and lengths that we're going to bowl.
What about the bowling attack that you had to face yesterday? I mean, of course, you would be prepared looking at what Pakistan has to offer, but what did you make of it as a batter? Yeah, I think, obviously we've just come from a home series and playing on some pretty different wickets. So, we had one training session before yesterday, and, I think today everyone's been talking about different plans, different shots they're going to play, looking to play with a bit of a straighter bat with the nature of the bounce here. Pace isn't really or shouldn't really be a problem for batters coming from New Zealand. What do you think has been the undoing yesterday and then to not repeat that? Yeah, I think probably the lack of bounce and the inconsistency of the bounce was probably the most difficult thing from a batting point of view. It's something that we've sort of discussed at length this morning, and hopefully we can address that today. On a different note, we know that you've made a move from Hong Kong to New Zealand. How's that move been, and where do you place yourself now? Comfortable, and how do you find this setup? Yeah, I mean, obviously early in my career I played a little bit for Hong Kong, and I've sort of transitioned, over the last few years into becoming an Auckland and New Zealand cricketer. So, I sort of see myself very much as a New Zealand cricketer these days, and put my best foot forward for the Black Caps when I get the opportunity.
Always nice to listen into what the players are thinking, what their mindsets are, and interesting to hear from Mark Chapman. Makes his way from Hong Kong, where he debuted for Hong Kong in one international, scored a century on his ODI debut, and now in black cap colours. Well, the dynamic duo of Babar Azam and Mohammad Rizwan takes centre stage once again. Class written all around this man. 100 T20I matches, third most for Pakistan in terms of men's cricket representation. Most runs in T20I cricket for Pakistan, and it's a strike rate of just under 128. We'll probably want to improve on that slightly, especially the fact that the two of them get the lion's share of the power play. His partner on the other end, 82 games to his name, a similar strike rate as his partner. Both have T20I centuries, and the surface more so suited to their style of play. Probably won't have the same amount of lateral movement given the lack of grass. Matt Henry with the ball. What a star performer he was from yesterday. A hat-trick, the fourth for New Zealand in T20 internationals.
Yeah, unbelievable for Matt Henry. He knew it was a hat-trick last night. There were some players that didn't. Speaking to him earlier on the pitch, and he said, he went to the captain, Tom Latham, and he said, "Tommy, I just got a hat-trick." He said, "What do you mean?" So they forgot about it. It was obviously 2 wickets at the end of the over, and he came back later on. A brilliant catch taken by Daryl Mitchell. So he'll be buoyed. There'll be a spring in his step, but he is the senior bowler in this attack. We'll be looking at Ben Lister and Henry Shipley to back him up, with Adam Milne out of the team. So there's a lot of expectations and pressure on his shoulders to carry this attack tonight.
Reinforcements in the pace department with the one change. Here we go. Oh, brilliant seam movement once again. What a start that is.
I've learnt already, Arush. Last night I said, oh, it looks like a great batting surface. There won't be much movement. But today I would rather just watch for a little while. And that first one, a little bit of a scrambled seam from Henry. Great line, great length. Sign of a bowler who's really on form. The ability to just hit the length straight away. Ball one.
Well, his numbers suggest that he likes playing, or likes bowling rather, against Pakistan. Both in white ball cricket ODIs and T20s. In his 9 one-dayers, he's picked up 20 Pakistan wickets. Very impressive average and economies in both formats, in T20Is as well. There's 3 added to his name from yesterday, so he likes this opposition. And he's got a spring in his step here. Pakistan off the mark.
Yeah, that's exactly where you want to be to Rizwan. You want to be full. You want to get him coming forward. He doesn't. He's not a big mover of feet coming forward. He waits for width. He looks to hit square of the wicket. And then you've got Babar Azam now. 101st game. His 100th game in the last one. What a fantastic player when he gets going. This crowd at the Gaddafi Stadium will want to see him score runs.
Well, there's one thing that we can revisit from yesterday was the superb effort of Matt Henry with his hat-trick.
Well, it was maybe the only shining light of the day for New Zealand. You watch this and you think New Zealand won the game, but unfortunately for Matt Henry, he got a hat-trick. New Zealand lost, but one of only 4 New Zealanders to achieve the feat. And what a catch from Daryl Mitchell. That was athletic. He's pumped.
Oh, that's gone through the gate. Very lucky that the ball jagging back doesn't clip the off stump.
Gee, what a delivery. There's always someone in the field that says, get that one straight. Let's have a look at this. Back of a length. Oh, just millimeters away from that off stump. Seams in, great line and length. And you can see he just dies. There's not a lot of bounce there. Looking at some variable bounce already, Aruj.
Into the leg side. Should be just the one. End of a very good first over from Matt Henry. Just the 2 off it. Pakistan 2 for no loss. A couple of changes for New Zealand. Cole McConkie and Henry Shipley both come in. So reinforcements in the quick bowling department. Matt Henry, Ben Lister. And they've still got the spin options as well. Jimmy Neesham, well, he'll be there later on in the piece. Henry Shipley, 26 years of age, recently made his debut against Sri Lanka. Back in Wellington, New Zealand. Same month, Grant? A few weeks back?
Yep. No, it was. I mean, it's all a blur, the international calendar, isn't it? I watched him in India when he made his debut, his ODI debut, and that was tough. The pitches were flat. He came in, had done well, very well domestically. I think the challenge for him is going to be in New Zealand. He tries to get the ball full, and he tries to get movement and hit the stumps. And here, that can be just a little bit too full. He can get driven. But because of the experience in India, I think that, you know, the tough conditions there will hold him in good stead. But for him, it's about getting into a rhythm early. He's a big guy. He was a little bit wayward and probably nervous in India. Hopefully all those nerves have left him now. And I'll tell you what, he produced some amazing performances in New Zealand, 5 wickets against Sri Lanka. So he's got the ability to get wickets early.
And bowling with the slip. Oh, another beauty of a delivery. The Kiwi bowlers are getting the ball to talk here up front.
Well, we saw this last night. And yeah, bang on there, Rouge. The ball is talking. Good length. And you can get fuller to Rizwan because he doesn't use his feet. He doesn't come out to full deliveries. He looks for it slightly short to hit it square. Right on the money here from Matt Henry and Henry Shipley. This is looking good for New Zealand.
It's been the lateral movement both away from the bat and inside. We saw in the previous over from Matt Henry, one that went through the bat and pad for Babar Azam as well. Up and over and gets 4. First boundary for Pakistan and Rizwan.
Yeah, not where you want to be to Rizwan. You don't want to give him any width. You don't want to get too short to him. Same as Babar Azam. Anything short and wide. Maybe a little bit of fortune there, but field not really set for it. And gets for it. Lightning outfield here at Gaddafi.
We'll have to hurry and get Sin. Just a little bit of a stutter between the pitch, between the bowler. But you can see the plan. Trying to get the ball just outside that off stump, because Rizwan does like to drag everything into the leg side and every now and then get one to jag back in. There's been a couple of really good deliveries now to both these openers.
Yeah, Shipley gets a lot of his wickets full, just seams back in, attacks the stumps. You want to be straight here. You don't want to give too much width. Gaddafi Stadium with this lightning outfield. Hit the stumps. There you go. That's what happens to width, especially to Babar Azam. But they've started well, New Zealand. They have bowled some great deliveries. It's about starting well, getting it on line and length, and straight away the senior bowler of the day, Matt Henry, Henry Shipley, the two Henrys, putting Pakistan under a little bit of pressure.
Driven just on the up, away from the diving point fielder. And Babar Azam will get his first boundary as well. End the over with 1. 10 of Shipley's first. It's 12 for no loss. Into the leg side, there is a fielder and should cut it off. Rizwan picks up a couple. Yeah, Grant, we saw the seamers come to the party even yesterday. 15 wickets yesterday out of the 20 went to seam. 8 of them of good length between that 6 and 8 meter mark, and you touched on that the other day. The length here, in comparison to New Zealand, needs to be slightly back of length as opposed to when you want to pitch the ball full and look for swing. And there it is again.
Yeah, I think that was always going to be the challenge for New Zealand when they came to Gaddafi Stadium and came to Pakistan, is that you have to, in one day, try and bring your natural length back. Now in New Zealand, your natural length is probably, it's 5.4 meters, I think. Whereas here, you're looking at that 7 meter length. That is exactly where you want to be, where Matt Henry was, and which is why he was so successful.
And obviously earlier on with the new ball, with a little bit of hint of movement, you want to keep consistently hitting that, especially with the play and miss on the other side.
Yeah, so as a bowler, if you're hitting that length, just there, it's great length. There's a little bit of movement. As a batter now, we saw Babar Azam the other night. He decided, right, I'm going to use my feet, give myself a little bit of width so that I can slap you through the offside. You start trying to be a little bit aggressive to that length because you don't want the bowlers to dominate. And it's a power play, Arush. You know, there's a reason why it's called a power play, because you want to try and maximize your runs. And if the bowlers are getting a little bit of seam assistance, how are you going to counter that? How are you going to put the bowlers under pressure in the power play? And we saw a lot of players doing that. We saw Fakhar Zaman do it. We saw Babar Azam, classy player. Look at those strike rates.
Yeah, his strike rate improving every year. And this year, it's the highest it's ever been, 145. His strike rate, and this is a point of debate, criticism, plenty of discussion across the globe. And it's a burning topic in Pakistan, in particular, the Babar-Rizwan duo and their strike rates. And the discussion becomes that much more important and prominent because they bat in the power play. There it is every year, it's improving. 145, as we mentioned earlier, the most in his T20 career in the last 5 years.
Yeah, I think you're right. Like, he does come under a lot of criticism for how slowly he bats, and that's maybe why it's increased over the years. They run through, just scampered through, I think, made it quite easily in the end, but he had to run around Matt Henry. And you wonder if that's why Babar Azam just keeps improving, because people keep criticizing the way that they think he can get quicker and can bat more explosively, as we look at Rizwan running around Matt Henry, getting the yards in. But that strike rate, 145, is exceptional now. There's no change there.
I think if he continues the way he's going this year, all of those debates and discussions should be laid to rest. Once again, the outside edge of the bat away from the cover fielder. Should pick up a couple of runs to end the over. Eight of the third is 20 for no loss. And 20 for no loss in the first three. Only 2 boundaries so far. Some really good seam bowling from the New Zealand bowlers up front. Ben Lister now with his left arm medium. He picked up a couple of wickets yesterday. Bowling with that angle across to the right-hander. With a one slip, short third, deep backward point and deep square. 2 fielders outside on the boundary square off the wicket. And straight to that short third. And will scamper a single through for the overthrow. Very good game awareness. The two of them very quick between the wickets.
There's been a lot of edges. New Zealand bowlers getting the ball full. It just shows you that there's a bit of seam movement on the pitch, making it difficult for the batters. Last ball of the last over. Babar Azam. There was also a bit of an outside edge. Thick outside edge through cover. I'm sure he's all right. He looks like he's moving all right out there at the moment. Ben Lister's going to have to back up this bowling start. Great shot. Clipped away from Babar Azam. Should just get 2.
A Sensodyne sensitivity free moment, because life is too short for sensitive teeth. And the crowd, well, much needed ice creams and colas because of the hot weather. It is really hot out there, as the players alluded to earlier as well. The temperature soaring here in Lahore. Nicely guided down. What a delicate, beautifully played shot from Babar Azam.
Well, sometimes as a bowler, you just think, I haven't done anything wrong there. This is a quality shot. If anything, you can't give Babar Azam any width, but that's on about 4th stump. He just opens the face, uses the pace of the delivery, and this lightning outfield does the rest. Excellent batting. That means that Tom Latham has to think about where he's going to put that 3rd man. Fine, or maybe a bit squarer.
Whips into the leg side to the fielder. You talk about width. In the previous delivery, not that wide outside off stump. It's probably more the angle of the left hand, and such is the class of Babar Azam. The margin of error to him, even more slimmer to probably most around the world.
Yeah, well, I mean, those two shots contrast why he's so good. You get the ball on fourth stump and he guides you through third man for 4, and then suddenly you get a little bit straighter and he clips you through mid-wicket. Margins are so small.
A bit of a careful start here from Pakistan, understanding the ball is nipping around just enough to avoid them playing through the line. It was a similar start yesterday up to this point when the two of them actually did lose their wicket, and Fakhar and Saim came in and, well, they belted the last couple of overs of the power play, getting Pakistan to 52. And strike rates, well, so much discussion. We'll touch on that in the next over. Runs hard, bit of a wayward throw and gets in. 9 of the 4th over is 29 for no loss. .29 for no loss in the 4. 2 overs left in this power play. Only 3 boundaries have come so far. Mohammad Rizwan, he got 8, Babar 9 yesterday, looking to get a big score here tonight. Gets enough glove on that. Into the vacant leg side, fine leg up in the ring. The first delivery goes for a 4.
Well, a bit of fortune, but maybe, if anything, a little bit of line there. Henry Shipley got his line just slightly wrong on leg stump. Would like that to have been a bit straighter, but what we're seeing from Rizwan is moving his feet. It's being a little bit more positive out there. Pakistan maybe don't feel like they've got enough runs in this power play, so they'll be looking to try and take a little bit more of an offensive view now and be proactive at the crease. And one way you can do that is by moving your feet, and that's what Mohammad Rizwan has done. So we can expect that from both Rizwan and Babar.
Oh, that sounded amazing. And travels the distance. The first 6 of the innings and pings off Rizwan's bat.
Smoked it. Wow, Henry Shipley. Just his second delivery in this over, and he thinks, oh, I'm going to use that seam movement, get back of a length. T20 cricket at its best. Mohammad Rizwan, open face and 89 meters of sweetness.
Well, they understand it is the power play. With 12 deliveries left in it, the first 2 have gone for 10. A change in the field now. 2 fielders back on the ring on the leg side. Does he go length again? This time Fuller.
Yeah, Aruj, this is a great time, and you and I are both feeling it now. They're feeling that there's a bit of pressure on them in the power play. New Zealand have bowled well, and all of a sudden Rizwan's opened his shoulders, and this is what happened to Babar Azam last night, and I don't mind that. He's playing to his strength. He's using his feet. Maybe we can expect a little bit more of that in the next 9 deliveries or so to try and get on top of New Zealand in this power play.
Slow delivery, caresses it through the offside. Babar Azam picks up a boundary. Expensive over, 15 of the first 4.
Yeah, under pressure, Henry Shipley now turning to slow balls, slow delivery over pitched. The 2 deliveries that have been a little bit wayward here. Babar Azam, he doesn't connect it as sweetly as he wants to, but gets enough on it. Once it's through that inner field, it's for lightning outfield.
Now pressure on Shipley. He needs to finish this over off well. Jazz, a fan pulse question. Which Pakistani player has the most wickets against New Zealand in T20s? Options 1 and 2, Umar Gul and Shahid Afridi. Well, get on the app and answer away.
What do you reckon, Aruj?
We're not allowed to play. We're not allowed to play. So, sorry, Grant, we'll get no prizes.
Number 1 and you could go number 2.
Inside edge onto the body, away from the keeper. Not where he intended, but it doesn't matter. It's a huge over. 49 the partnership, 20 in the 5th. Overdone, 49 for no loss.
It's 49 for no loss. A big part about this start from yesterday is Pakistan haven't lost a wicket. They lost 2 in the power play, and they were around 57 for 2. Nice looking shot, finds the fielder there. And he put everything behind that, Babar Azam.
Electric start from Pakistan. Rizwan 27 off 17, and they are set. My word, are they set. They've got the pace of the wicket. A mixture of bowling from the New Zealand attack so far tonight. Crowd has come in. It's a big crowd, just like we had last night. Over his arm, 21 off 14.
A single brings the 50 partnership. Pakistan get to 50 without a loss of a wicket.
This is the start that they would have been after. Dominating performance in the second innings last night. Take Pakistan to 1-0 up in the series, and the plan would be to get off to a flyer in game 2, and that they have. They have got themselves into a position. 50 for none, 5.2 overs, 3 deliveries to go in the power play to really push forward. And they've earned the right to play shots just like that. They can take the risk. Full of ball, no protection on the offside boundary. There's a little bit of inconsistent bounce in this wicket, but New Zealand bowlers just have not got it right.
Gets bat on that and makes a pass point on that occasion. Came down the wicket and then managed to put bat onto it, realizing it's too wide outside the off stump. 7th boundary inside the power play, 2 more balls to go.
You see here, using his feet, reaching as far as he can just to get a little bit of bat on it, and the ball is still hard. Able to pierce that gap, and they've earned the right to play these types of shots.
Pakistan would be pretty happy, all 10 wickets in hand, so they can later on, halfway stage, they can express themselves and look for that 200, which was pretty much available yesterday. New Zealand did well, especially with Matt Henry's hat-trick. They pulled Pakistan back, they would have felt they were 20 short. Still managed to win it by 88. He's got to help it on its way. It was down the leg side, probably got some part of the bat onto it, maybe glove. Tom Latham tried to put a glove to it, couldn't. Power play's done, 59 for no loss.
That's the signal official call. The power play is done. Seen that new ball yesterday doing quite a lot for New Zealand, especially off the surface, just cutting through. Did that again in the first couple of overs. And now that run flow has started coming in.
And the field is now spread, isn't it? So there's a single almost every ball. Jimmy Neesham on to bowl, the most experienced international cricketer here for New Zealand. Just the 29 wickets.
More runs here. Now the field is spread out, so you'll have a sweeper coming back. They're quick runners, both of them. Understand each other very well. 3 added to the total.
Talk about a magnificent start. Well, here it is, and this is how it all started. Every time there's a little bit of width and just slightly too short, they're able to cash in. And look at that. Huge hit. And it's just width. It's going to get bat on it. The trouble for New Zealand now is the Pakistan batters, Rizwan and Babar Azam. They understand the pace of this wicket and their eye is in.
Yeah, and runs here. Again, runs here. It's the line that's costing New Zealand. On the legs, put away.
The issue here for New Zealand is making life very hard for the skipper Tom Latham, is that the bowlers are bowling 2 sides of the wicket. It's very hard to protect. This time angling down the leg side. Just needs to beat that man at short fine leg. And a very fast outfield. Making life very hard for the skipper. There is Tom Latham.
And once again on the pads, will they push for 2? No.
They've got themselves into a situation now, New Zealand, is that they're desperate for a wicket to break this partnership, to slow the run rate down. But when the field is spread like this, it's making it very easy for the Pakistan batters to keep turning that scoreboard over.
Yeah, there's the Tapalti Lounge. They're enjoying themselves. Crowd's picking up, isn't it? Shorter length, pulled away and finds the gap. This is an expensive start from Neesham. 12 already in the first 4 balls.
Not the ideal way to start with the first over after the power play. 12 runs so far. Again, too short. Line is wrong. Able to help that round the corner and pierce the gap. 1 bounce, 4. A lot of thinking needed to be done out there in the park. And to take a breath, slow things down, this New Zealand lineup.
Once again on the pads. He's been bowling various lengths, Neesham, in this first over. Tried a shorter one. And it's just the pace also on offers, making it a little easier for the 2 batters to handle things out there.
Matt Henry, the most successful bowler for New Zealand tonight. Look at that line and look at that length. He's hit the length, and the line is just so important. It's attacking that off stump. Now, the other bowlers, no consistency. It is all over the place.
A tennis ball bounce there. Surprising, isn't it? Just goes over Latham. Point is, another boundary added to the total. 76 in no time after 7. Of that over. First after the power play from Jimmy Neesham. Just all over the place. 2 full on the legs and then 2 short deliveries, both put away for boundaries.
And probably now try to slow things down with Rachin Ravindra coming into the attack.
First 7 overs has been all pace. There's going to be a big change here. It'll be interesting to see how Rizwan and Baba attack Ravindra, a young man, and asked to do a big role.
The last ball of Nisham's over. It was just a tennis ball bounce. He's got that top edge. Nothing Latham could do. Just kept rising on him. Didn't even get a glove to it. 3 boundaries in that over from Nisham. We've got to pull out some special overs to pull things back now. They're scoring almost 11 and over at the moment.
Yes, Chen, lovely boy. Lovely Chen.
Again pushing. Can they squeeze into? Yeah, Rizwan is quick. Can they easily complete that? That's the important part, running the first one so quickly.
Yeah, very good running between the wickets there. They've got this New Zealand side right on the back foot. And Baba placed that precisely in between those fielders in the deep. And good running by Rizwan, having to run to the danger end. So far, the change of pace has worked. Ravindra, these 2 balls are crucially important to finish this over strong.
Things are happening so quickly. Just sense a bit of a chaos in the field at the moment. Balls up, and you rightly said, very tough for Latham to set a field because the ballers are being pretty erratic in terms of their line. Where do you actually want to bowl? Got to be on the same page as the captain when you're bowling.
It's been such a frenetic start, and sometimes you just need to try and slow things down. All the momentum is with Pakistan. Take a breath, slow it down. Come have a chat with the bowler. Try and take the momentum out of the game from Pakistan. Touched on it before, the best way to slow the run rate down is to take a wicket. So how is the best way to take this wicket? How can they put some pressure on? Because they just can't let it unfold the way it is. They continue this for the next 4 or 5 overs. Geez, they're staring down the barrel of a huge score.
Sage gone, 80 for no loss. Rizwan and Babar have been doing a good job opening for Pakistan in recent times. 2022 has been amazing for Mohammad Rizwan as an opener. Babar Azam, just a stat that was being shared with me, Babar Azam has not hit a 6 in the last 15 innings of T20 internationals, and you can still score a 172 strike rate. Sometimes these numbers can be so deceiving. You don't need to hit a maximum if you can actually still do that, and you don't expect that from him either.
He's playing a fine knock now, 39 off 23. It's funny, you know, some of the best players in the world, you look at Steve Smith, Joe Root, Kane Williamson, Babar Azam, Sometimes they have the most scrutiny because they are so good. And with that comes pressure. Everything is analysed for these players. I never had that problem. It's that good. Change of pace has certainly helped. Cole McConchy into the fold. And big challenge for him. He can set a field and bowl to it and give himself the best chance.
That's nicely struck, but to find a fielder, timing has been so good with Barber in this innings. And opportunities for our viewers to win prizes. And Zik Motor Oil unveil the real peel to reveal. Oh, he's trying to drag that from outside off. It's been missed by everyone, including Tom Latham. 4 more. Nothing the bowler can do about that.
They're up against it, aren't they, New Zealand? Nothing is going their way. 4 byes. Pakistan have got themselves into a stage where I think they can just press on. They can go even harder. They're up against Cole McConchy, who's a very inexperienced international cricketer playing in such foreign conditions.
Yeah, paddle sweep. That's what he was trying to do on the previous delivery. This time gets bat onto it. Runs are coming thick and fast here. Into the 90s now, Pakistan.
This is just batsmanship. You know he's bowling flat. He's just using the pace of the ball. We saw it at the previous delivery. He tried to play this very similar shot, but wasn't able to pull it off. He knows he just needs to get a little bit of bat on it and just hit it fine, or run away to the boundary for 4. He's bowling so flat and so fast. This time over the wicket.
Yeah, again, trying to push for a second. Can he do that? That's hit well, and Jimmy Neesham does well to cut it off. Another 2 added to the total. This over gets Pakistan 13. 9 gone, 93 for no loss. Six bowlers in the first 9 overs from New Zealand. His opening partnership has done really well. Good crowd here at the Gaddafi Stadium and enjoyed every bit of it, with the 2 openers now approaching a landmark. That's what's expected if they keep batting like this, and probably more. If they have wickets in hand, they can probably punch that accelerator in the last 5 with the likes of Shadab, Imad, Iftikhar and so on.
Great to see so many fans backing up again after last night. That's what a winning side does. Really good line from Ravindra. I know they're 2 different bowlers, but Matt Henry was so successful in his first 2 overs is because he bowled full and he bowled straight at the stumps. Now Ravindra in his first over, just the 4 off it, he just bowled straight at the stumps. As soon as you give width for these types of players, you are up against it. You can see there again on the stumps. The line is right, you're giving yourself a chance.
Just mentioned a while ago how Matt Henry has been so immaculate with his lengths. Would you bring him on as a gamble, that 1 over somewhere here now? Try to get that breakthrough.
Well, the best way to slow the run rate down is to take a wicket. So you need to look around the ground. Who's your wicket taker out there? And I think Matt Henry is. Just had, this is the third over of spin in a row. A lot of damage in those first 7 overs. It was all pace, 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 pace. We don't want to get into a situation of spin, 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 spin. Again, good line, just the single, and that brings up his 50. Lovely, lovely knock by Rizwan. Picking his deliveries to choose to hit to the boundary. He waves to the crowd. It's his 24th and 50 T20 internationals. And the crowd, he's putting a treat on for the crowd this evening.
Yeah, he also gets awarded 50,000 rupees by Bright Paints to celebrate 50 years of Bright Paints. Any player scoring a 50 will get that. First one in this series as of now. Mohammad Rizwan, as I mentioned earlier, has been going great guns at that opening slot. Yet another, you mentioned 24th T20 International 50 with that 100 that he has to his name. Super effort.
Another good line from Ravindra. He's found a recipe for keeping the run rate down. Pretty simple plan, just bowl straight. Asking the batsman to manipulate the ball off that nice tight line.
Oh, that's a really good over. 5 singles in that. Are we going upstairs to have a look? And yes, let's have a second look on that.
TV umpire to director.
I think has he got cramp?
We have an umpire review for stumping. Front foot is a fair delivery.
Well, he has been
front on spin vision,
hard.
please. Keep rolling nice and slow. Ball is close to the bat to confirm ultra edge, please. Yes. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Flat line. Flat line. Satisfied. No bat involved. Go for ball tracking. Sorry, ball. Go for side on angle, please. Foot is out of the ground. Now inside the ground. Bails removed. Satisfied. My decision for big spin is
Well, looks like Rizwan is safe. Pakistan will remain at 98 for no loss halfway through, and time for a drinks break.
Rizwan and Babar in the 10 overs have laid the platform, and it certainly looks as if Pakistan are very festive. Lahore is always festive. It's all about food, our chicken. Heavy on the oil, but very tasty. Matt Henry. Bit of seam movement, that seems the way. We've seen a few deliveries, just especially with the new ball, hit the seam and react. And saying that, Pakistan, well, they're going on really well.
3/4 seam, and Matt Henry back into the attack, and it's almost carbon copy of the first delivery bowled of the innings. I actually think New Zealand were dominating this game for the first 3.5 overs. Since then, it's been Pakistan.
Big inside edge. And you talked about first few overs where it was slightly difficult, but once they got through that, especially Rizwan, he found his mojo. He found his mojo with this shot. Massive hit leg side.
Yeah, it was a big hit. He's hit it crisply. What he's done well is he's maneuvered the ball and also moved around the crease, given himself a little bit of width and manipulated the line and length of the New Zealand bowlers. And this now for Tom Latham, it's to bring Henry back to try and get a wicket here, try and break this partnership, try and get some sort of momentum, because the momentum is fully in Pakistan's favour at the moment.
A very good square of the wicket, always very good. This time around it's more behind the wicket than anything else, but he pounces on anything short and is very good with the sweep shot against spinners. And today, because of that, he's been able to get his boundaries. This time he launches, trying to hit over mid-off, doesn't get much of it, and the first wicket. This one departs, and it's Matt Henry who provides the breakthrough.
Well, exactly what New Zealand needed, exactly what Matt Henry was brought back to do, was to try and break this partnership. Unfortunately for Pakistan, he's played very well, Rizwan. Unconventional in terms of the areas he's looking to hit. Very rarely does he look straight. He normally looks square. Saw Daryl Mitchell get out in that manner last night. Well, he's done his job. He's got Pakistan off to a great start. He departs for 50, 99 for 1.
Fakhar Zaman walks in. Pakistan 99 for 1. The platform set. He batted beautifully last night. And he's in against Matt Henry. Matt Henry has been the bowler for New Zealand. First T20I and now today. He's come back to take a wicket and exactly that. Got him! The inside edge, and Matt Henry yet again has back-to-back wickets. Second time he's on a hat-trick.
Absolute dream bowling change here for captain Tom Latham. He's brought Matt Henry back into the attack. He bowled superbly for his first 2 overs. Comes back for his third, scrambled seam. Fakhar Zaman. An inside edge. Well, you always feel a little bit unfortunate when you get out like that. Still think Pakistan are ahead of this game. And he departs for naught, 99 for 2.
Saim Ayub in at number 4, in-form player, but it is about Matt Henry. Got a hat-trick last night, and he's got a chance to get one today. Rizwan trying to launch for Admidov. And then Fakhr inside edge onto the stumps. No one has got back-to-back hat-tricks. Matt Henry with a chance of a lifetime.
Get the slip in, Tom Latham.
Oh, forward defensive. It was a terrific delivery, but blocked away. Eventful over, 99 for 2. Straight away after the water break, New Zealand come back into the game. Courtesy Matt Henry. Now left arm spin. He's gone so well in the first 10 overs. That last over just got New Zealand back. It was all one-way traffic before that.
Yes.
100 brought up into the leg side. Really want to, he comes back. Should be close. Oh, direct hit. Needed a direct hit.
Well, this is what changed the game the other night, or changed the momentum of the innings. It was a Chad Bowes run out. Not what Pakistan want now, especially with the man in. Babar Azam, you don't want to get 2 new batters in at the crease. It will really put the brakes on things. They're going around so nicely at the moment.
To the offside. It's just become this Pakistan batting unit, and this man Matt Henry yet again. Babar Zaman, it's not a cut shot, it's not a drive, it's halfway between both, so the inside edge onto the stumps. That has meant that Pakistan now, just for maybe a few deliveries, have to regroup. Time has just played one delivery, the opportunity now just to make sure that they don't leak runs. Loud call, Lodge. Babar screaming away, saying no. Celebrating 50 years of Brighto Paints. Brighto Paints will award 50,000 PKR to a batter who scores 50. Babar on 47. Goes leg side. Chance in the deep end taken. Jimmy Neesham with the cat. New Zealand with another wicket. A mini collapse for Pakistan. Saim Ayub doesn't score any tonight.
Well, I love the aggression from Saim Ayub, but New Zealand are really putting the brakes on things here by getting wickets. Never mind 2 wickets, try 3. Fantastic catch from Jimmy Neesham, full stretch with a dive. And you talk about matchups, well, it's a good matchup for New Zealand. Saim Ayub, he goes for naught, 102 for 3 now.
A promotion for Imad Wasim, left-hander, to counter left-arm spin, but he is in pretty good form in T20 cricket. New Zealand, after the water break, after the 10 overs, 3 wickets in the space of 11 deliveries. This has been a good over yet again. Left arm spin. Ravindra is going for 4. It's 103 for 3. The crowd was very happy a couple of overs ago, just slightly becalmed by his comeback from New Zealand. It's almost like that previous game where Pakistan were doing really well first 10 and you thought 200 was on the cards, then a bit of a collapse. Same again tonight. Jimmy Neesham. For crowd, what you don't want is the same batting to a pair from New Zealand.
No, we don't. Same thing, as you said, last night, Bez. We were commentating, and Pakistan were 109 for 3 in the 11th over. Suddenly, they lost 3 wickets for just 22 runs. The last 30 balls here, it's been 26 for 3. One benefit they do have, I'll look for 2 here, decide against it. Benefit they do have is they've got Babar Azam, who's still in there. What New Zealand need is they need to get 2 new batters in, where they have to start their innings again and be in that position.
And what we need to calm our nerves is Tapal teas is always available in that Tapal tea lounge.
When are we going to go to that lounge, Bez?
I think it's too far.
Just give
me a fair track. Edge, oh, just over. Goes the bat face, the ball hadn't arrived. Jimmy Neesham again with that edge of Babar's bat eluding the fielder.
Yeah, well, this is where the dynamic of the game changes. Pakistan going freely, suddenly they lose 26 for 3 in the last 5 overs, and maybe a little bit of pressure goes on Babar now, because he knows he's the one that has to bat on. He has to try and get to that 16th, 17th over so that Pakistan can get that projected score of close to 200. Baz, when we were commentating, Fakhar Zaman was in the same position. Ayub was just run out, and it was a sensitive moment. A little bit sensitive, just like that moment. Sensodyne sensitivity, free moment. Life is too short for sensitive teeth. Life's too short for a sensitive batting order as well. Hopefully, as you said about New Zealand, they can dominate with the bat today, but it's about putting the brakes on and putting the pressure on Babar Azam now. New Zealand can get him out with the brakes on this innings.
Edge and another one gone, a slow one, and it's nicked and accepted by the keeper. It's Jimmy Neesham in the wickets now.
Well, every incoming batter has tried to take the pressure off Babar Azam by being aggressive, by pushing this game on, and they've failed. Every single one of them to the demise. This time Imad Wasim, great change-up from Jimmy Neesham. Whether he saw him coming or not, excellent leg cutter. Imad Wasim goes for 2, 105 for 4.
Pakistan 105 for 4. Iftikhar Ahmed walks to the crease. They've lost their last 4 wickets for just 6 runs. Iftikhar does strike a long ball. Maybe he just needs to give himself a bit of time, because this mini collapse is turning out to be quite a big one. Nisham turned away leg side, just be a single, so another good over for New Zealand, just 3 off and a wicket. 13 done, 106 for 4. Last 3 overs, 8 runs and 4 wickets. So New Zealand have come roaring back into the game. It looked all Pakistan till that first wicket, and it suddenly all changed. Into his last over, he's bowled 3 for 13. It's been a good spell.
I think tactically, Bez, it's been good, because they've sent the left-handers in. And the reason why they've sent the left-handers in, Imad Wasim, they're getting out to Jimmy Neesham, is because they want to negate Rachin Ravindra. He's actually bowled excellently now. He's 1 for 13. It's his 4th over. Wow, he's cracked that. Just as I said it, this has gone a long way. Great shot from Iftikhar. It's a maximum.
That is huge. He does have the ability to take the spinners on, and that has been nailed. Thumped down the ground. And he's gone the distance and some. He's announced himself to the crease as Iftikhar. 91 meters.
Yeah, what a sweet shot that is, putting Rachin Ravindra under pressure.
Quicker, flatter into the stumps. He is a 6-hitter. He went very late. It showed that got it where he wanted, and he's just swung through.
You still only get 6 for it though, Baz. You only get 6 for it, not 12.
The Pride of Paints to celebrate 50 years of Pride of Paints. Any player who scores a 50 will be awarded PKR 50,000. Babar on 48. Rizwan already with a 50. Nicely bowled, or just slipped away through the offside. Goes to 49.
Yeah, Babar Azam, he hasn't had a boundary for 16 balls now, so it's been good from New Zealand's perspective to the batter in. And that's exactly what the batters coming in have tried to do, is take the pressure off him, be more aggressive, but they've been losing wickets. Iftikhar, what a shot that was to get his innings underway.
Into the onside, long on, a single. 14 done, 115 for 4. Since the 10th over in all New Zealand. Before that, all Pakistan. Last 6 overs now remain. Lister into the attack. Thrashed through the offside, nicely timed, but protection. Just a single. Jazz fan pulse, which Pakistani player has the best bowling figures against New Zealand? Haris Rauf or Omar Gul? It's easy down to third. Babar Azam gets to his 50, his 31st 50 in T20Is, in this one of 36 deliveries. He has 2 centuries to go with. He also gets 50,000 from Brighto Paints, who are celebrating their 50 years. Babar Azam celebrates yet another 50.
Yeah, quality innings from Babar Azam, just a classic innings from him. Good, strong cricket shots, got off to a good start, struck the ball well. Anything outside off, just opening the blade on a few occasions, using the pace, but he's been in control. Every time the Kiwi bowlers have got straight, he's whipped them through the leg side. Excellent Babar Azam innings.
Punches it through the offside, timing excellent. Boundary.
Well, there it is. There's the boundary. And I think a bit of praise has to go to Iftikhar here as well, who came in. He's taken the pressure off when Pakistan have lost a lot of wickets, and that's allowed Babar Azam to play freely during this period. Down the wicket, little bit of room, punches it just perfectly through that vacant backward point area.
Go one. Yes. Down to third, a single. And certainly, as you mentioned, Iftikhar and Babar just making sure that they stay within touch of that 200, 190. It is important now, Babar, to just up the ante. He's batted well, he needs more boundaries now from here on in. Short. Over fine leg, and that'll be another boundary, expensive over. 12 off that. Pakistan back in the running, 127 for 4 after 15.
A good previous over, 12 came off it after Pakistan lost 4 wickets in 3 consecutive overs. From being 98 for no loss, 105 for 4 at the moment, 127 for 4. Last ball of the previous over, it got big on him, but he got enough bat on it to get it up and over short fine. Through the offside, slapped away, should be 1. The fumble allows them to come back for 2.
An innings of 2 halves. The first 10 overs, all Pakistan, and New Zealand through Matt Henry have been able to claw their way back into this innings. But just the last over and a half, Pakistan are making a play again. Babar Azam, 57 off 39. Iftikhar playing a nice hand of 15 off 9.
This time tries his hand through the leg side, doesn't get any timing on this. Look for 2, should have been 2.
Going to be a crucial finish to this innings. Shipley, none for 33 so far of his spell.
Yeah, celebrating 50 years of Bright Oak Paints. Any player scores a 50 will be awarded Pakistan rupees 50,000 by Bright Oak Paints. So 1 and 2 already tonight, Rizwan and Babar. But they've got their work cut out in this final 5.
It's a better ball from Shipley. Her protection of the 3 fielders out in the deep on the leg side. So you need to be bowling straight at middle stump. Bowling to the field. It's okay to get hit for a boundary if the ball is beating the sweeper that's on the boundary. It's when you're getting hit for 4 where there's no sweeper. That's when you get hurt. But you can bowl to a plan, bowl to a field. Mid on, mid off, up. This has got to be back of a length.
And plenty happening for the crowd as well. The KFC Flip the Bucket Challenge. Flip it, land it on your head as fast as you can, and have some really good prizes coming your way. A good over from Shipley so far. And he'll want to finish off without giving away a boundary as well. 3 fielders on the leg side boundary, just the one sweeper on the offside. And it's through that gap. Drilled through the offside. This is really good aggression from Babar Azam.
Yeah, it's really good shot. Really good shot from Babar Azam, but poor delivery. We just discussed mid on, mid off or up. You need to be bowling back of a length to your field. Shipley goes for the full delivery against a player who's in good form, and not just a player in good form, but he's a world-class player, one of the very best. He is not going to miss out on deliveries like that, especially when there's no protection out on the boundary.
Yeah, pressure on Shipley. Change in field, mid-on comes up, fine, drops back to the boundary. Doesn't quite get the timing. 9 of Shipley's third, 16 done, 136 for 4. Now 4 overs for Ravindra, 22 of 1. He's been the pick so far. Henry as well with his 2. He has 1 over remaining. Jimmy Neesham now to continue.
Just a single off the first ball of Neesham's over, but these remaining 23 deliveries are going to be really important for New Zealand. Equally important for Pakistan after such a great start they had in the first 10 overs. And Babar Azam is on 64 and he has played some superb knocks. Such a wonderful timer of the cricket ball. It's not all bash, it's about placement for that soft hands. We're witnessing a very fine individual player. Type of player that brings this sort of crowd along to the stadium. He's had a lot of width, and every time he's had width, he's made the most of it.
This time he makes width, or this time he makes use of the length. Rather, Iftikhar Ahmed getting on top of the bounce and giving it the treatment.
Yeah, short ball. And Iftikhar has played exceptionally well. He moves to 22. Look at this, it just sits up nicely, doesn't it? Just rolling his fingers slightly over the ball. It's in the perfect slot. Smack it out of the park.
He's a much better player against the seam. Likes the pace on even with the slow ones because he backs deep in his crease. Nicely played.
Just a single and you take that. It really is a game of percentages. As a bowler, you want to put the odds in your favour. And you do that by bowling to the field. got to bowl to where your fielders are, and it restricts the runs. Sounds simple. I know it's very hard to do that out there at times. The pressure's on. You're bowling to a guy like Babar Azam. But give yourself the best chance. As third man pops back to the boundary.
Oh, swing and a miss. Yeah, it was a slow one. The cutter into the surface. Jimmy Neesham does that really well, and well, Sensodyne does its job really well as well. A sensitivity-free moment, because life is too short for sensitive teeth. Plenty in there for the crowd. They've come out in numbers again to watch their team, to watch their stars. I'm sure they've got plenty already worth. It's been a good over apart from that one big hit. Two more here. This time straight down the ground. Put it down. Matt Henry's shelled this one. Came as a rocket to him.
Came hard. Normally a safe pair of hands too, Matt Henry. But they went hard. Full of delivery from Neesham. The man inside the ring at mid-off. But just towed it, didn't he? Just towed it. Let's see how crucial that can be. Been a nice wicket there for New Zealand.
Iftikhar mid-off drops back long off. Three fielders on the leg side, bats deep in his crease. Can he get under the ball? Should be just the one to end the over. 10 of the over, 17 done, 146 for 4. Next three in Shadab, Fahim and Shaheen, with a duo in the middle doing really well. Lost 4 wickets in very quick time, between 6 runs, 99 for 1 to 105 for 4. But since then it's been 41 of 25 between Iftikhar and Babar. Matt Henry got his last tonight. Yeah, plenty of awards on offer in the crowd for the fans and even for the players. And that's what it is for the players. The PCB, well, they'll be awarding this particular card to the winner of the Jazz Recharge activity in the series. Stay tuned for that lucky winner who drives off in that beauty. He's got enough. Yes, he has. His first 6 of the innings for Babar Azam. The partnership now, well, it's a good one. 48 of 26.
But his first 6 in the last 15 innings for Babar Azam, and it's a beauty. Slow ball hard into the wicket for Matt Henry. Really hoping it could go to that fielder. Well, it clears him. And this has been such a fantastic knock.
That should be another boundary. It's clipped into the leg side. He's overcompensated in line and length both here, Matt Henry. And he's paid the price.
We saw the big blow, the ball previously over mid-wicket for 6. This time, just using the pace of the delivery. Henry going for the Yorker at the toes. Able to flick it to the leg side and get it behind backward square. Races away. He's seen it so well, Babar Azam. This is going to do his confidence the world of good.
And he's not done. He's not done tonight. The crowd has plenty to cheer for because another maximum flies off the bat of Babar Azam.
Short and wide. And another big six. That's two. Didn't see any in 15 innings. He's picked up 2 and 3 deliveries. It's just width, isn't it? Just width, fast delivery. He just able to scoop it over third man.
He's toying with the field here. This is really good, smart cricket. And such is the class of the man. 58 now, this partnership of 29 deliveries. And the 2 in the middle, they're dealing in boundaries. That's been the aggressor. It's been an expensive over. 17 off, 2 still to go.
Good delivery. Good delivery. The Yorker. He's bowled so well over the 2 evenings, Matt Henry, especially his first 3 overs tonight. When you're bowling to an individual like Babar Azam, who's on 70 odd, and at the end of an innings, you just have to have great accuracy and really execute. It's been a bit wide on occasions, executing with that Yorker, the previous delivery. That's the last ball to finish his spell.
Long on, long off, both fall back. Probably looking for the straight Yorker into the block hole here, Matt Henry. And he landed quite well. An excellent delivery to finish off. It was a very expensive over. 18 came off the 18th, 164 for 4. Good string of overs, in particular the last one. Matt Henry, who is the pick of the bowlers, still finishing with good figures. His last went for 18. He finishes the night with 4 overs, 29 for 2. And the runs, they've been hard to stop from New Zealand. The skipper turns to Ben Lister for his 4th.
Well, when Ben Lister bowled his last over last evening, that's when he picked up his 2 wickets. He'll be looking to replicate that and finish strong.
Up and over is a chance. Just falls short.
Start of the day, just thinking and looking at that wicket with the 2 lineups, probably 165 to 170 would have been around par, in my opinion. 11 deliveries to go, and I think Pakistan are going to go well over that. But really important from New Zealand's point of view, they need to finish strong, limit the boundaries.
I think the plan against Iftikhar is fairly simple. Get it in the block hole. Long on, long off back for him. Goes into the surface, angling across.
Singles are a win. Clearly dot balls and wickets are good. Not going to bowl the Pakistan side out. They'll take singles. It's just no boundaries.
Bangs it in short. Has a very well-directed bouncer.
Good bouncer. And good point. The direction, the accuracy of it. Another dot delivery, crucial at this stage of the innings.
Absolute gold dust at this point. A couple of singles and the surprise change-up. Key not to give him any room. We'll have to re-bowl that.
Re-bowl that. He'll feel hard done by a little bit being listed because Babar Azam stepped towards off stump, didn't he? When we get a replay of that, we'll see this. Just moving around the crease, Babar Azam. Trying to create angles and width for himself. You see here, just steps across. If he stayed in his original start, possibly would have hit his pad. It's fine margins.
This is excellent. This is really good from Ben Lister. 4 very well directed balls with a surprise element in them as well.
Super bowling. Super bowling. And what helps that Yorker just then was the bounce of 2 balls previously, which just keeps Babar Azam on the back foot. He's aware that the short ball can come, and it can come quickly. And he follows up with the Yorker like that. Very good skills to have.
Another swing and a miss. Across the right-hander once again. Almost swings himself off the feet.
Super over. This really is a good over. In the context of this innings, it is huge.
Good adjustment from Ben Lister, pushing it even further away as if Iftikhar looked to step across to the offside. Last ball of his excellent over here. Does he finish it off? No, he doesn't, because the ball travels and travels into the crowd. 10 of the 19th, 174 for 4. Star of the show so far in this game, 84-53. The skipper, Pakistan, Babar Azam. Up top, Rizwan got 50, but it's been what social media calls it, Ifti-mania so far. 32 of 18, he's not done. He spoiled an excellent over from Ben Lister. Hit the last ball of the previous over for 6 to get them 10 in the penultimate. Final over now from Jimmy Neesham.
Babar Azam, 16 runs if he's reached that 100, which is possible. I'll tell you what, if that happens, I'm not sure if the foundations of this grandstand and this stadium will hold up. The crowd will go berserk.
Well, is he doing the math in his head? We don't know, but it now requires 15, but he's not on strike.
Now these last 2 deliveries from Lister, that's excellent. He's outside the arch. There, he's on the line of the batter. On the line. And it's in his arc to swing. Where the ball previously was outside. And that's the difference. At this level is such small margins.
And he's on strike now. He gets it in the middle. This park not been big enough. 65 meters. Well, you'll have the ball sail over. Doesn't connect. Now we keep talking about Babar and whether he's doing the math or not, but we surely are doing the math. And there's a lot of Babar fans out there eyeing his 3rd international T20 century if he does get there. 9th in T20 cricket all over. His 2 previous ones have come against West Indies and England, 2022 and 21 respectively. He needs 15 or 4, and that'll do him and Pakistan a world of good. We'll cross the 200 on 90.
Got to go wide Yorker.
Back straight past the bowler, and it's a 6. Takes 6 off the 15. He jumps to 91, and he's got 9 more to go.
It's going to go down to the wire, isn't it? It's a horse race. Short delivery. And he's just seen it so well out of the middle of the bat. What a great shot. How short that is. He's hit that over mid-off for 6.
That's a wonderful strike. Field stays the same. Mid-off still up in the ring. It's through the leg side. Probably push for 2. Iftikhar's got to run and come back hard. Babar's end. Add 2 more. Well, he's got a couple of deliveries and 7 off that 3-figure mark.
I fear for our safety. The crowd will go nuts. They will be jumping throughout this whole stadium. The city of Lahore will light up if he's able to get there.
Yeah, you can sense it. You can hear this crowd. You can cut the tension with the knife. Babar on 93. Babar goes over. He goes over mid-off. Babar goes to 97. What an innings this has been. And the Gaddafi Stadium crowd, well, they've been electric.
Full delivery. Going for the Yorker, mid-off up. And he's crunched it. He's hit it hard. Look how hard he hits this ball. Boom. Straight over Daryl Mitchell at mid-off.
Emotions not just with Babar Azam. On the receiving end, Jimmy Neesham. The crowd on their feet. The decibels, well, they're off the charts. Here we go. Babar needs 3. Does Babar get it? Yes, he does. The king stands tall once again tonight, and he lights up Gaddafi Stadium. 30 T20I century for Babar Azam. Well, the king, you can take a bow.
We have just witnessed brilliance from Babar Azam. He needed 16 runs personally off this last over to bring up this milestone. And he raises his bat. The crowd is going off. The city of Lahore is shaking.
What elite company he joins in. Only behind Chris Gayle in terms of T20 centuries. 9th in that list. What a class act he is. What an entertainer. What a player. He walks off the field with the Gaddafi Stadium, every single member applauding him for his absolutely superb effort. 18 came off the last, courtesy Babar Azam's 6-2, 4-4, and he ends up with 101 from 58, 11 fours, 3 massive sixes. The strike rate debate, well, that can be laid to rest tonight.
Do not underestimate the hand of Iftikhar Ahmed as well. 33 of 19 when he came to the crease. They had lost wickets in quick succession. They were at 87 at the time. We'll see here repeat action. Witt didn't quite execute, and he knew straight away he's counting. Don't tell me he's not counting.
We did the math at our end. Punches the sky as he glows to glory. The roar getting louder for Babar Azam. He did not put a foot wrong tonight. His first 50 in 36 balls. And the king, well, that's what they've come to call him. The second 50 in 22 balls. That's what the Pakistan scorecard looks like. They won the toss and chose to bat. And you reckon they'd be very happy with that. Babar Azam led the way, carried the bat through. 101 from 58 is what he got. Rizwan up top, 50 from 34. 4 wickets quickly fell in between, and Iftikhar, well, he played a really good hand towards the back end. 33 of 19.
Matt Henry picked up the 2 wickets. He was the wicket taker, and his first spell was excellent. 2 for 29. Shipley, tough night at the office for Shipley. None for 39. Lister, none for 41. Neesham, 1 for 48. And Ravindra, I thought he bowled really well. He came on, it was a really tough time for New Zealand. He picked up 1 for 22 and just the 1 over for McConchie.
192 for 4. Pakistan in their 20 overs. The start of the first half, Babar Azam with his 3rd T20I century. What a knock he played. And courtesy his runs, target set for New Zealand. 193. When we return, we will have the run chase, so don't go anywhere. We've got a very special guest with Zenab sidelines.
Well, the head coach of the Pakistan cricket team, Grant Bradburn, joins me. Grant, great to have you back. Different role for you, but it's nice to be in a place which you're already familiar with.
Absolutely. It's wonderful to be back. It's an honour to be serving Pakistan again, and it doesn't feel like I've been away, actually. So really nice to be here.
Before we move on to your role, thoughts on that brilliant 100 by Babar just now?
Wow, really special. You know, just obviously 100 games in game one. That was a special moment for him. He was really disappointed not to contribute more runs in game one, but he was determined to put a big score on the board today, and wow, what a finish.
Now, we spoke about familiarity, the fact that you're already familiar with all the boys. I mean, what's been the one change that you've seen now as compared to when you were with the team before? It's been a couple of years. There must have been something that you've picked up.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of these boys now. Well, they were young boys when Mickey and I had them last. Now they're very experienced young men, fantastic, skilled cricketers, and we have an exciting skill set right throughout. You know, batting middle order now, which I'm really pleased with in these last two games. The most pleasing thing is obviously we haven't had an A1 performance with the bat. You know, we lost 3 wickets. We probably gave too much respect to the off spinner in the middle, and that caused some downfall in the middle, a little stall. But you know, we've as in game one, you know, we kept the confidence, we kept the intent, and that's a really good sign for our team going forward.
Well, some familiar faces, but some new ones as well. Somebody like Saim Ayub, he played a brilliant knock yesterday. Mohammad Haris is there as well. So it must be exciting as a coach to be, you know, finding young talent and being able to work with them.
For sure, Zainab. You know, I've been sitting back in New Zealand, really glued to the PSL, and really exciting to see so many young cricketers coming through here in Pakistan. Mickey and I are so excited to be in a position to work with these young boys and take them to the top of the world. That's our intent.
All right, thank you so much. All the best for your future endeavours, and of course, all the best for this game.
Wonderful to see you again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Zenab. A story of the first half. New Zealand, they require 193 off their 20 at 9.65 runs and over. Don't go anywhere because we'll have the run chase on the other side.
Welcome back to Bangkok Fuller presents Darfur News. Pakistan versus New Zealand T20 International Series. Second T20 here at the Gaddafi Stadium, Lahore. Pakistan one up in this series, and it's the second match. Pakistan managing 10 more runs from yesterday. 192 is what they've posted, with Babar Azam's 101 not out of just 58. He led the way, with Iftikhar getting 33 of 19, providing that acceleration that was required.
Yeah, excellent 100 there from Babar Azam. What a pleasure to watch, and not too much of a pleasure for the New Zealand bowlers, although you look at Rachin Ravindra, just the one over from McConkey. Ravindra was impressive, and so was Matt Henry, who led the attack.
Well, the captain will open. 23rd game for him at the T20 Internationals. Got to do more than that 65 not out his best. If they want to win this one, they'll be looking at something what Babar did. Leads the way. His partner out there. Look to score as many as possible in the power play. Chad Bowes. Early days for him, 5th match. Shaheen Shah Afridi with a new ball. He'll be bowling from that far end, looking to bowl fast, quick, full into the stumps. That's what the openers will have to deal with. And he'll look to get that swing in to the right-handers and a bit away from the lefty.
Yeah, well, there was movement for New Zealand. There was a little bit of seam movement, not too much through the air, but more off the pitch. 2 slips in place for Shaheen Shah Afridi. They'll be looking to attack Pakistan, do what they did in the first game.
Run straight away off the bat of the captain. Probably a couple of them, and New Zealand are on their way. So it depends how they play this power play here tonight, and that will set the tone, because they've got him to deal with. That's the man who took the game away. 4 for 18 in his 4 overs, Haris Rauf, and lots of pace attack to tackle. Yeah, nice and straight, and it's a good run as well. Calling is so important. Score runs inside that 30-yard circle. Played it to the fielder, but he played it soft enough to squeeze that single out.
You really did feel at the start of this game, New Zealand almost on top of Pakistan in the power play, because the ball was nipping around and it was tough going for Rizwan and Babar Azam. They got through that period. So it'll be interesting to see, because I think this is a more experienced bowling attack from Pakistan. It's formidable. Shaheen Shah Afridi searching for that swing. He got swing last night. Is there more of that swing on offer tonight?
Nice shot. That's a beautiful shot. Will add a lot of confidence. Silence in the crowd, but that shot deserved a lot of applause.
He's getting it full, Shaheen Shah Afridi. He's searching for that swing. I don't know if there's much swing on offer. This one swings to the boundary. That's a classic cover drive from Chad Bowes. No better feeling as a batter, getting off the mark like that. Just all those nerves gone.
Nicely done once again. Squeezes that one out.
It's kind of... Tom Latham was talking about what New Zealand need to do in this innings here, and he spoke about the horizontal bat shots. And if we have a look here, all the batters, that was the dismissal, the captain. All those deliveries, not that short, but also on the pitch here in Pakistan and the conditions, the ball skids on a little bit. Doesn't have as much elevated bounce that you can use to go to those horizontal bat shots.
Yeah, it's just past that slip. Diving to his left in that second slip area. Haris.
Gee, that was just inches away from second slip. It was more about a 4th slip. Almost brilliantly placed. Wow, that would have been a ripper. Bit edgy from the captain. Well bowled to his field change, Shafridi. So yeah, it will be interesting to see how they counter that and whether they look to play straight. Latham said they need to look to play straighter for longer periods in this innings. So New Zealand adapting to the conditions. This will be a telling innings for them.
And no slips for the right and a more packed offside field with Chad on strike. Inside edge. And not a bad start this, 10 on the scoreboard with the first over. Latham 4, Chad 6, 10. They require 9.5. So a good start this, and it's good to see Imad Wasim. He took 2 wickets, but he bowled much later, almost in the 15th or 16th over, and usually he's been the first choice of captains. With the new ball, he challenges you a bit.
I always felt Sikandar facing Imad Wasim. He was very difficult to actually try and get underneath the ball and try and strike him through the leg side. The secret to try and get on top of him is actually to go and hit into the almost the swing through the offside, try and get up and over that offside. So it'll be fascinating to see how the right-hander Chad Bowes looks to play him.
He's found the gap. Wow, how did he do that? There's a short cover in place and he's just bisected that perfectly. That's one way of tackling Imad. Just move away, expose the stumps and work it through on the offside.
He gets wickets, Imad Wasim, but this is the perfect way to play him. Try and hit into the angle of the ball, because the ball almost swings back into the right-hander. A lot of players tend to try and go leg side. A little bit more difficult because it skids and low trajectory.
It's more a positive approach from the New Zealand batters this time around. They lost early wickets yesterday, went into a shell, especially in that power play, just not heading anywhere. And then the next 5 after the power play only scored 25 runs. Didn't lose a wicket, yes, but this looks more with purpose. They're trying to score not just boundaries, but rotating the strikes in the circle. And that's what's making Babar Azam move the field around quite a lot. Got to keep that fielding captain thinking.
I submit, Sikandar, I don't know, I like Imad Wasim as a player. He gets wickets with the new ball, but I am surprised that he's taken the new ball. Especially when we've seen a little bit of movement there from the New Zealand seamers. And you look at the bowling attack, you look at Zaman Khan and Shane Shafridi, Harris Rauf. I think there's so much opportunity there to use that new ball.
He's got to bowl that again. Well, I'm with you. Just from Babar Azam's point of view, just probably thinking that Imad Wasim is pretty good with that new ball. Is he almost not of use to you if you bowl him in the 15, 16? Yes, yesterday was a different situation. They required 14 over and over. They're trying to attack everything. But is he as penetrating with that older ball? Because he usually bowls 2 or 3 overs inside the power play and then finishes off with the 4th if required. Gets that dip. And especially that arm ball just goes with the angles. Tough to handle at times. Five of the over. 15 for no loss, New Zealand. 15 for no loss. Shaheen Shah Afridi will bowl his second now. How good was Babar Azam today? He kept going from the first ball till the 20th over. Got that boundary of that last ball to get to his 100. He's such a touch player. We're talking about 15 innings without a six, but he doesn't need that. He's got the timing, he's got placement, he's got the focus, and he's got the want. Still, every single landmark is an achievement. He celebrates like that.
Gee, that last shot from Babar Azam, I think we said it about Saeem Ayub last night. We said there's no better shot than hitting it over extra cover. Just look at that. Straight out the meat of the bat. Just that sheer exhilaration, relief, ecstasy, that feeling of accomplishment. As captain, even more special. I said he was going to do it in his 100th game. Well, he's done it in his 101st.
Yeah, picked up and just drops short. Good effort there from Haris Rauf. I wasn't really in control of that shot, Latham. He probably had his heart in his mouth when the ball was in the air. Didn't want it to carry to the fielder.
I thought he got this well enough, but there's a fielder just backward of square there. Haris Rauf. Well, I think if he had taken a direct line, but he thought the same as me. He thought that he had got it really well out the middle of the bat, but it's almost on the inside half of the bat there. Didn't connect it well at all, Tom Latham. Not an opportunity in the end. Maybe if Haris Rauf had just tried to get the line and length a little bit earlier, he would have had that in his hands.
Shot. We'll find a fielder. We're just talking about how they approach the bowlers in the first game, and you just showed us this package where they're trying to pull everything. Was the discussion with Chapman earlier in the day today? He was saying pace is not the problem. Pace and bounce would be like being at home. Every time this ball, you see these shots, it's under the bat. The ball is passing under the bat, which means the lack of bounce also was the problem there. They were expecting the ball to come onto the bat. The idea probably was right to attempt the pull. It's just the bounce not there.
Yeah, and you look at the way that you try and bowl the ball as a seamer in New Zealand. You get the ball up, you try and get it moving, swinging and seaming, try to get it fuller, whereas here in Pakistan you have to really bang it in. So it's almost like a 5.5 meter length in New Zealand, whereas here probably looking at 6.5 to 7 meters, and that hits the top of the stumps. It sort of skids on, and the instinct for New Zealand batters is to get on that back foot and pull the ball with a horizontal bat, so they're going to have to avoid that.
Yeah, gets it onto the pad, but way down, searching for that movement. 144 clicks on that. 3 overs gone. It's 19 for no loss. Neck to neck at the same stage, and they'll have to keep up with how Pakistan scored. Also keep those wickets in hand. Once you see if that newish ball, then things would become a little more easier. Zaman Khan into his first over.
Well, there's a horizontal bat shot. It's kind of not well negotiated so early on by Chad Bowes. And Zaman's one of those bowlers as well, where given the action, the slinginess of the action, you know that he's not going to get a heck of a lot of bounce. Everything's going to skid onto you. Chad Bowes needs to look straight here, and any width on offer, jump on it.
Yeah, trying to make room. Correctly done by Zaman, just taking it further away from the bat's reach. And is that a no ball? Yeah, it's a no ball. That's an extra ball, a free hit, and then an extra run.
It's always a nice treat as a batter, especially when you're getting first look at him. Chad Bowes didn't face too much as Zaman the other night. Now when he oversteps, you've got the freedom to just swing as hard as you can. Watch the ball, and an opportunity to get a little bit more momentum into the power play here for New Zealand.
What does he do now, Zaman? Does he ball a pace off? He's looking to swing the bat. The mind is all set from the batter. Yeah, it goes right through this quick full, just past that off stump.
Well, that's what we've heard about him. We scouted him last night. Let's have a look. There's the captain, Babar Azam. No better feeling. He's got the right to celebrate. It was an exceptional innings. Timed the ball so sweetly.
Yeah, the last 10 innings from Babar Azam have been a bit of a struggle for him. His average was around 20. Strike rate was 104, but this will really do wonders. Now, more centuries in T20 cricket, and you see 9 for him and 247. Look at Chris Gale. Just raced away. He's got double numbers of game, yes.
Yeah, 22, and that would have been in good click on the universe boss. That's that length we're talking about. It just hurries Latham on. He's almost thinking about a horizontal bat shot there. Slightly off balance. Saw him get out in the first game. Round the wicket, tried to almost sort of try and pull one off the stumps and got out LBW.
It's a good mix up there on that occasion. Short, but slightly pace off on that.
Well, we're seeing the skills of Zaman here. We've seen a slow ball, we've seen a bouncer, slow ball bouncer. Yeah, slightly off balance from Latham. Watch the head. That's a slow ball bouncer. Excellently executed.
Just gets him to try something out of his comfort zone to get those runs going. Dot ball, 21 for no loss. For no loss, 4 gone. That last over was so good. It had a no ball in it, which just gave away 2 runs, Zaman. And he bowls with a thinking mind. Haris Rauf, the player of the match from the first game, 4 for 18 in any T20 international. That's a big number. Fast bowlers. Again, that inside part of the bat. Trying to pull that.
Well, Haris Rauf, he was exceptional last night in the first T20. Bowled with pace, bowled with precision, asked questions, finished off the tail nicely. Just what you want from your fast bowler. You want aggression, you want wickets. Every time you bowl, you want the opportunity to be aggressive. Look to put the team under pressure by taking wickets.
It just takes me back to the 90s where you had Wasim Akram Waqar Yunus and just cleaned the tail up in no time. Pakistan probably was missing that somewhere. You always feel that things were just going on, and last 5 were scoring most wickets in T20 internationals since Haris Rauf's debut. And look at those numbers. He's there, number 2 there after Hasaranga. Average and economy. It's gone better with time. 76, equal to Hasaranga.
Yeah, unbelievable numbers there from Haris Rauf. That was since his debut. Also, when you look at it, you just see 2 seamers, Tim Southee and Haris Rauf. When you look at his pace there, 45% of his deliveries over 145 kilometers an hour, and in pretty good areas. Yeah, we just have another look at those graphics that you were mentioning, Sikandar. And one of the things I noticed is that there's only 2 seamers in there, Haris Rauf and Tim Southee. Because you look at the others, and it's always wrist spinners, isn't it? Wrist spinners, Spray Shamsi, Ish Sodhi, Hasaranga, all getting wickets through the middle periods. But as a seamer, he has been exceptional, and he's done it in all the conditions as well. Of course, he's had the experience of Big Bash. And that one just a little bit lower. Change up from him, change of pace. One of the interesting stories, I think, will be speaking to Carl Mills about Haris Rauf. We took him to Sydney on the Kalandas tour, the development tour, and saw him as a bowler for the first time. And Akib Javed was there, all these young aspiring bowlers, and he was more of a tape ball bowler. All of a sudden, he was launched into Big Bash League, and he had such a quick rise. So it's amazing what he has done in such a short time.
Runs here, chasing this one will be of no use. This outfield is super quick.
Yeah, just a little bit short, and maybe gave him a touch of width here. Allowed Chad Bowes to free the arms, but once again, it's not a bad length. It's almost the top of the bails. Chad Bowes being a little bit innovative there, trying to maximize this power play.
Yeah, it's about staying in the game. You've got to keep up with that pace. 30 for no loss. Inside 5 overs. It's coming from the inside part of the bat or edges, just doesn't matter. You've got to stay in the game, and that is how you keep the score moving. Yeah, just in the air for a moment. Came early into that shot. Almost carried to Imad Wasim. 5 gone, it's 31 for no loss.
Zaman Khan. First over went for 2. And because of his action, his difficult action, his release point is directly in front of the umpire, and I don't think as yet New Zealand have been able to figure that out. It takes a bit of time, Obviously unorthodox, obviously that release point affects the batter so much. But we saw it throughout the HBL PSL 8 as well, especially in the death overs. He's difficult to get away. And on top of that, I don't think I've ever seen him or show any sort of stress. He's always laughing, he's always has a smile, even though he's under the pump or even though he's bowling the last overs. That's the most impressive part about Zaman. Yes, he's unorthodox, but with that, he's got a terrific attitude, not attitude as such, but mental strength. New Zealand needs some strength. New Zealand almost, after those last 5 overs where Pakistan really upped the ante and got to this total, now New Zealand just going over 6s. They need something to happen. Latham 16 deliveries, Bowes 18. Need to launch.
We talk about maximizing power plays. As its name suggests, power and play and try and get ahead of the game. And in a big score, you want to stay abreast with the run rate, which is just under 11 now, the asking rate. Well, a change of uniform. Change of dugout. Saklan Mushtaq now on the side for New Zealand, helping their bowlers out. Cole McConkey there talking to him about his off spin. McConkey also with the same art. What a player to have, what a legend to have on your dugout, on your bench to help you out, direct youngsters and learn the skill. First wayward delivery here from Sensodyne, from Zaman Khan. Apologies, getting mixed up in the sensitivity-free moment from Sensodyne. His life is too short for sensitivity. Well, this game as well turning into be slightly shorter for New Zealand. They really need to get a move on. This is the 4 from Zaman Khan's over so far. It's been a good one.
He turns it leg side in the air, almost. You went for the catch, and in the end, couldn't stop the boundary either.
Well, I don't actually mind that. I'm definitely trying and going for the catch. New Zealand still need plenty of runs. The youngster making his way, running in hard, putting the dive in, the ball still landing short. It's a favorite area for Latham. He likes that pickup shot on the leg side with fine up in the ring and length on offer. Like you said, Baz, 18 balls apiece to both the openers here. They haven't lost a wicket, but they're scoring at just over 6.5. The asking rate just under 11. Last ball off the power play.
Hit down the ground again. Didn't reach the field, bounce in front, and another boundary. So good end to the over. Power play done 43 without loss. New Zealand haven't lost a wicket in the power play. Got to 43, but the required rate over 10s now, approaching 11. Shadab Khan, straight as the power play is over, leg spin into the attack. Slightly disappointed with the way that he bowled last night. Want to correct that. To the offside, just a single.
The last ball of the previous over, they were back-to-back boundaries. First into the leg side, this one over mid-on. The fielder running sideways, couldn't get anybody behind the ball. Fahim Ashraf stuck his hands out, so a good over. Ended with a couple of boundaries. Oh, you mentioned Shadab, 3 overs, 29 runs yesterday, just for the 1 wicket. Side of it, 2 rank short deliveries which got put away. Important to start off well. Pakistan is one of the premium all-rounders. He fits into the 11. Mohammad Rizwan seems to be walking off. Probably has some sort of a niggle, so he will not continue in the game for now. Mohammad Haris, he's in. He's got the keeping gloves on.
Substitute keeper. This is Rizwan. Had issues with his back. Oh, that looks very straight, and yes, Shadab with the wicket, ball skidding on, and Latham missed it. I don't think he'll want to review that.
He's having a discussion. The timer ticks away. Probably the only thing that he'd wonder if it pitched outside. Looked dead in front, and he's gone up for the review.
TV umpire to director. We have a play review for LBW. Original decision is out. Front foot is a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Ball is close to the bat to confirm outright, please. Keep rolling, flat line, roll up to the pad, please. Satisfied, no bat involved, go for ball tracking when ready, please. Stand by, waiting for ball tracking. Stand by. Ball tracking coming up. Original decision out. Pitching in line. Impact in line. Wicket sitting. Asif, I recommend you to stay with your original out decision. I'll let you know when you are on screen. Stand by. You are on screen. Make a signal, please.
Shadab with the wicket looked absolutely dead on first view. And Norm Latham consumed 20 deliveries, out for 19, 44 for 1 New Zealand. New Zealand lose their first, 44 for 1. Will Young at number 3. Just into his 10th game. Shadab, wicket in his first over. Pakistan on the attack. Babar Azam with a slip. To the offside. Protection, just a single. But it's been good for Shadab to get a wicket early on in his spell.
Yeah, I think the only glimmer of hope that Tom Latham would have been hoping for if that ball had pitched outside leg stump wasn't the case and was hitting dead middle stump halfway up.
The reverse, and that's timed well, hit well, and almost carried all the way, but a boundary.
And a much needed one from Chad Bose. Picks up length very quickly and gets into position. And then quick hands through the line of the ball. And they need to target a particular bowler, if not two. Maximize boundary opportunities. It's moving the field slightly square. Babar Azam himself on point, comes slightly towards backward point. Sweeper fielder goes in front.
No, slightly fuller outside off, slightly quicker. Normally Shadab, if he gets a wicket up front, he bowls much better. Quick into the pitch, hit two, mid-on, just a single. So successful over from Shadab. 7 done, 50 for 1 New Zealand. Been from both ends. Pakistan have been good. It's been back-to-back games here at Lahore, and it's been full houses back-to-back. The Lahoris and turned up in numbers. Absolutely. House full.
Fantastic. And that is one point that me and Bazid agree on. Lahore crowds, they have been phenomenal. Consistently.
The appeal maybe just struck outside off. Yeah, Imad thinks that he's struck outside the line. The ball's always coming back in. Now, Imad bowls at quite a pace, so sweep shot is quite risky with him. Close it up that time around.
Or New Zealand, well, they've got their work cut out. Will Young into his 10th T20 international. Last he played was in 2021. Chad Bose with his 4th. So the pressure is on, and they've got quite a mountain to climb.
Required rate climbing steadily. Over 11 now. Just feel that New Zealand have to take a chance, have to take a risk now, because exactly like that, but it doesn't come off. It's slower, it's into the stumps, the sweep across the line, and he's been castled.
Not the best shot, especially with the angle, the pace, and the length too full to sweep. It's more of a heave across the line. Very accurate Imad Wasim, enticing the batter, and the batter, while he's gone for it. Chad Bose, he gets castled. Skipper, well, he can rejoice even more. Imad into the wickets, he's got his first. It's Bose, he goes for 26. New Zealand 52 for 2.
Mark Chapman in at number 4. Seam with an impressive over. He's bowled 2 and he's just gone for 8. Wicket in that over. 53 for 2. New Zealand falling behind. Smashed away leg side, guessed the gap. That has been struck super hard.
Yeah, he's a powerful batter, Mark Chapman. Drops it short and he's very quick to pounce on that. It's a well in front of square, up and over. Babar has pinged off his bat.
To the onside. That's the single, but they need to keep going. New Zealand, even after the power play, they hadn't lost a wicket, but they were falling behind. And Pakistan were rewarded with a couple of wickets because of that pressure. Ahmad very straight. No spin, just the curve back in. But because he bowls so straight and at quite a pace, it's difficult to get down and sweep him across the line. There is that pressure throughout the first 6 overs. That's probably the first blemish of the field innings from Pakistan. Leaks a single.
There haven't been any blemishes in terms of their bowling.
Without this quick into the pitch that time around. They coil, unveil the real peel to reveal.
Babar obviously has plenty of bowling options, and not just in terms of different type of bowlers, but even with new ball bowling options. Zaman Khan opening the bowling yesterday, today giving the new ball to Ahmad.
Just drifting in, drifting down the leg. 9 done, it's 60 for 2. Spin from both ends and it's working for Pakistan.
Yeah, the asking rate over 12 now, 133 of 66.
Big hit. That deep mid wicket is his area and it's gone a long, long way.
And the asking rate, well, that'll take a slight dip, comes just before, below 12 now. Mark Chapman, his second big hit, and gets under the ball with the ball turning into him. That's a good option because when it's outside the line, that shot is on. 3 fielders still on the leg side boundary. I was talking about Pakistan's bowling options with the new ball. You think it's a case of Babar Azam just trying to see which jigsaw puzzle works best for him? Because we saw Ahmad is well and truly up to the task with the new ball. Zaman in the previous over. Well, what do you think the ideal combination should be? There are the options.
I can tell you one option, Shaheen Shah Afridi. He has to bowl with the new ball. That's a full stop.
That's a given. Who's bowling the other end?
You could go with Imad if you think that with the new ball you want some control. Zaman is more a wicket-taking option. Firstly, it doesn't work that time around, but I think the ideal combination would be Imad and Shaheen Shah Afridi. Talk about Imad with the white ball, with the new ball. It's not just Asian conditions that he does well. It's all conditions that it bowls really well with that in-drift. That's cut through the offside. Timing's very good. It's a good save, but they'll have time to come back for the third. Halfway through, New Zealand 71 for 2. Still required 122. One hit through the offside. They'll just check with the boundary. It looks all good from here. Full length dive. Haris Rauf making sure that didn't roll into the fence, but 10 overs done, so it'll be time for drinks.
It's the Gaddafi Stadium, Lahore. Almost another full house in the second T20 International. Halfway through, you look at the score, 71. He's still in the game, with a little above 12 and over required.
Love the intent from Chapman, 17 off 11. From the moment he walked to the crease, he has been positive. That run rate needed for New Zealand, over 12 runs and over. It's all about calculated risk.
Well, Eid is just around the corner, probably a week or so, and shopping in full swing in Lahore. Place to be. Nothing you and I can buy from this, but I'm sure there are lots of colorful outfits there. When we choose one. I'd like to get a Zen of purple.
Tomorrow in Lahore, I'm after a good coffee shop. I need to be taken to the best coffee shop in Lahore from one of my fellow commentators.
We'll do that. We'll do that. We need a bit of fireworks here. A couple of big overs for New Zealand. Yeah, that would do. That would really do. That seems to be his favorite zone. Chapman is so good in that mid-wicket area. Smashes another one. It's his third in the series.
Well, he's such a good player of spin. And one thing you get from Mark Chapman, every time he walks to the crease, is just that positive intent. He backs his game plan. And Shadab Khan is a really good matchup for him. Really favours that leg side, favours the slog sweep. And we saw a few lusty blows last night. And it's that matchup he's going to have to identify to help New Zealand lift this run rate. 79 for 2 into the second half of this innings. This partnership here really needs to go deep for New Zealand, at least into the 15th over.
1-1.
And he hits those shots. He's found a field where he's getting it in the middle of the bat against spin, especially 95 meters on that 6. Well, that's a big one. Got to clear the boundary, and there's a lot of vacant area after the boundary, and lands in the stance. That's a big 6.
I think that's a 6 anywhere.
And this time around, hit straight. That's the safest zone. You never find fielders there. Taking on Shadab. That's a good shot. 84 for 2 now, New Zealand.
It's a really good shot there from William. Really is. More of a classical player. Down the ground is his strength. Using his feet. You're quite right, no fielders behind the bowler. Really good over. Now, to win 109 runs, needed off 54 deliveries. Is the Manhattan. What we saw in the first innings from Pakistan is that they had some big overs, at least 3 or 4 overs above 18 runs and over. It's the big overs that really hurt. And it's a good start, this partnership. Similar period in the first innings is when Pakistan offered a magnificent start on Rizwan and Azam when they lost 4 wickets in quick succession. Here we have Haris Rauf back into the crease. DZ bowled fast last night. Just the 1 over so far this evening, 10 runs off it. He'll steam in, he'll bowl fast, and he'll bowl straight.
Let's talk about Gaddafi Stadium. You would have scores in excess of 190s to chase over here. Just looking at New Zealand and their options available, how they have put up their batting order. We're just discussing off air how Daryl Mitchell opened for New Zealand in the World Cup once. Just looking at a table in front of me and talking about strike rates, it's not bad. 133.3 for Daryl Mitchell. You feel he's coming way too down the order. It's just you're happy with where he's placed in this 11.
Well, just in this 11, he holds the experience now. A couple of years ago, he was the inexperienced player. He's had such a successful 18 months for New Zealand. He's also become very quickly the go-to guy, Daryl Mitchell. And again, he's similar to Chapman, that he plays with great intent right from ball 1.
Enjoying some good batting here from both the sides at the Tapalti Lounge. That's a place to be, the calmest place in the ground. Pakistan's #1 team, Tapalti. Now we come back to more on Daryl Mitchell and what he has to offer and what he can do for the side, whether use him up the order as a finisher. It's again under that bat, that lack of bounce and change of pace.
With so many players out for New Zealand playing over in the IPL, it's certainly a squad which is lacking a little bit of experience. And Chad Bowe's very new to international cricket. Dane Cleaver very new to international cricket. Will Young still relatively early on in his international T20 career. Tom Latham's made a return to the T20 side and leading the group. Hasn't played T20 cricket for some time for New Zealand. There's building that order with combinations that can produce the most success for the team.
Pick up shot. Does it carry? Does it carry? Yes, it does. Shadab takes the catch. For a moment, I thought he's got all of it, but lands in the lap of that fielder at long on. Just when they were gaining momentum, they use Will Young out there, 9 of 12.
He's trying to take the game on. You cannot fault him because it is all about risk. And that's a very good ball from Haris Rauf, just pointing his fingers down the side of the ball, a slower ball. And just didn't hit it clean enough, Will Young. The intent is there. It's probably the right option, but just didn't execute it how he would have liked. Will Young, he departs for 9, New Zealand 85 for 3.
Well, the man in discussion not so long ago, Darryl Mitchell, comes out to bat. He's got a lot of experience, closing up to half a century in number of games he's appeared for New Zealand, 49th. And off the mark straight away.
He's developed into such a fine international cricketer, Darryl Mitchell. Very good skill set, and here's the dismissal of Will Young. It was the right option. It was on. He just didn't quite execute how he would have wanted to and just picked out the fielder. You cannot fault him. Just as that partnership was starting to get going for New Zealand. And that man, Haris Rauf, gee, he just has a knack of picking up wickets.
Yeah, that's very well disguised. The arm speed doesn't change, and he bowls that slower one. He's worked a lot on that. We'll talk about it. His 12 overs gone, 87 for 3.
New Zealand 106 runs required to have victory in this game, and this partnership is the key. Fahim Ashraf has come into the fold now. He's 3 for 5, 46 wickets off his 45 matches.
Well, it's gone racing past backward point for a boundary. Such a good shot. The placement, the timing, everything on that occasion from Chapman.
Yeah, super shot. You can see just a touch of whip, cross seamer, and he's just placing it in there behind point, using the pace of the delivery. Timed it super well. Easy as a nice touch, Mark Chapman. 31 off 17. A lot's going to be asked of these two batters out in the middle.
The dignitaries enjoying the game. The second T20 international. Swap places this time in this game earlier. We saw Fahim Ashraf bowling much earlier than he's bowling today in the 13th over. It was Imad Wasim was brought in later. Chairman of the management committee, Sir Najam Sethi, along with Mohsin Naqvi, the interim chief minister of Punjab. Council dignitaries enjoying this game here at the Gaddafi Stadium, Lahore. For me, I'd say Darren Mitchell's role would be key as to where New Zealand finishes in this match. His experience and his ability to hit the ball and also to carry the momentum.
Well, they are running out of deliveries. Daryl Mitchell's a fine cricketer, and his biggest asset, I believe, he loves to fight. He loves to be in the battle. He's done well in all three formats for New Zealand, and is owning a really fine record, but it's the battle I love about him the most. He's a real competitor, and he'll love being out there in this sort of situation at the moment. 100 runs required now, 45. He hasn't got long to get himself in. Here's Grant Bradburn, New Zealander interim coach for Pakistan.
That's a good boundary. He looks so effortless on that occasion from Chapman. The horizontal batting, it's just smashed that, more like a forehand.
He's a player in form, such nice touch. This is such a good shot. It's a controlled shot, just short of a length. He's aware of where the fielders are out in the deep mark, Chapman. You can see the gap there. You've got long on and you've got deep mid wicket, and he's just pierced that gap. Really good bat he's got. He's timed that so well.
Once again, what Chapman is doing here is he's allowing Daryl Mitchell to just settle in quickly. It's over. Already 12 runs with 1 ball to go. Can they squeeze in one more boundary here? Sensodyne, sensitivity-free moment, because life is too short for sensitivity. Yeah, I was talking about, can they squeeze one more boundary here? 12 already. Oh, it just didn't get up on the batter at all. Dot ball, 99 for 3. See the comparison, they're not really far away, New Zealand, just around 7 runs is the difference, and they even got an extra wicket in hand. We'll just talk about Babar Azam, how he paced his innings. He took 36 balls to score his 50, and he ended up with 101 not out of 58. And that's what you need from someone like Mitchell or Chapman, because things can change in a couple of overs.
The big difference in the winning and losing games of T20 cricket, I'm a firm believer of this, is just the big overs. It's the big overs that really hurt a team. In the first innings, Pakistan, they had 4 or 5 big overs of 16 runs or more. If you can limit those, normally the difference in New Zealand are in search of these big overs of 16 plus.
Oh, has it got some bat onto it as well? Yeah, it's a half-hearted appeal from Zaman. So difficult to pick with that angle of his. We discussed that yesterday, how his release is right from umpire's chest or his face.
Yeah, it's so unorthodox. We've discussed it before. He's modelled his action on Malinga from Sri Lanka. You can see here, so similar. And there's a height issue there as well. And I don't think Mark Chapman or Daryl Mitchell would have faced Malinga in the past. I'm pretty sure they haven't. So this would be very, very, very foreign for them. That's well bowled. Geez, that's a good Yorker. 140 kilometres an hour as well. Geez, he can be an asset to this Pakistan side. They've got such great variety in their fast bowling unit. You can see the release points between Malinga and Zaman. He is even lower than Malinga. Possibly a touch shorter, but their release point is much lower. Slower ball as well. So he's got a good skill set around him. But this fast bowling unit of Pakistan, there's such variety in it. Shaheen Afridi, left arm, tall, quick. Haris Rauf, very quick action. You touched on it just before, and it's a very good point about a slower ball. His arm speed is just as quick as his quicker deliveries. Then you have Zaman into the mix as well, which is also different.
Inside edge, you don't mind that. Got a boundary, that's fine. It'll work. Just to stay in the game.
They have no option, really. Mitchell and Chapman are so far behind this game. They have to take it on. Again, just using that slower ball. And Mitchell just having a big hoy at it, really. Fortunate enough to get an inside edge. But they are in boundary mode, boundary hunting.
More bat, does he beat the fielder? No, he doesn't. Wasim does well. 14 overs have been bowled, and New Zealand are 108 for 3.
You can see the worm there of that first innings where there were 4 wickets lost in quick succession. Yes, Babar Azam was outstanding, but I think we have to doff the cap to Iftikhar Ahmed as well, who played superbly and assisted Babar Azam. Haris Rauf back into the fold.
Shot. Fielder is right there, but will just tip. No. That's very well done. Once again, we thought that the ball has Jinsent on it, but Haris Rauf grabs another wicket as soon as he grabs the ball.
Again, a situation where Mitchell had to take the game on. The shot was on. It was actually a slower ball from Rauf. Bowls it so well. We touched on it just before with his arm speed. You can see here, look, rolls his fingers down like a fast off spin and just towed it, didn't he? Towed it, Mitchell, and got it really high. Shot was on, just didn't quite execute it through the skill set of Haris Rauf. And Daryl Mitchell, he departs. Only the 9 runs for him tonight. New Zealand 108 for 4.
Two left-handers now at the crease. Jimmy Neesham joins Mark Chapman. Neesham's got the experience. Bring it all to use tonight. We need 14 and a half and over from here on. They're still not far away. If you do the comparison, there's around 8 runs difference, but it's only that last 4 overs where Pakistan got 56. Got to catch up on that.
Good ball first up. Fast, right on the money. He's a real wicket taker, isn't he? Great deception with a slower ball. It's too much elevation and really well taken. Yeah, nodded the head by Mitchell. Geez, every time he has the ball in hand, Haris Rauf, no matter who he plays for, something is happening. Mark Chapman, 39 of 23, playing so well.
You just talk about that wicket. Such identical dismissals. Will Young and Darryl Mitchell, both slower ones, same bowler, same fielder, same area, long on. Similar shots, just chipping it. Well disguised. Tougher news, cricketing facts. Haris Rauf has 78 wickets in T20 internationals, the most by any bowler since he made his debut in January 2020. His progress has been so rapid. For the good. Second in that is Asaranga.
It's such a delight to watch Haris Rauf perform on the international stage. All stem from the Lahore Qalandars and the camps that he had, as we have the Jazz digital lifestyle partner.
Yeah, Mohammad Sarfaraz Ahmed and Huzaima, Jazz Fan Pots winners. Congratulations to you. And Chapman is looking to make an impact. He has already. Can you win it? Good bowling again. Saw him coming down just to pull the length.
I'll just touch on Haris Rauf there. A lot has to be said of the Lahore Qalandars and seeing Rana, Aqib Javed, identifying him through these scouting sessions they had through the region. And he literally, I don't say this lightly, came from nowhere, Haris Rauf. Tennis ball cricket through the Lahore Qalandars system. We've had a big hand in his career, gave him the opportunity, and just look what has been the outcome from it.
Oh, he's played it in the air. That's a soft dismissal. Jimmy Neesham goes one more, walks to the dugout. Well, in no time, half the team is been dismissed. 5 down now for 112. And 15 overs have been bowled.
Another fine piece of bowling here. The fast bouncer to Jimmy Neesham. And too early in his innings to be taking that on, but he had no option. He picks up another wicket, Haris Rauf. That's 3 tonight. He is on fire. Jimmy Neesham, he departs just for the one. New Zealand, 112 for 5.
Rachin Ravindra. New Zealand requiring 81 of the last 5. 16 and over. Fahim Ashraf into his second over. Pakistan right now way ahead of this game. It's the batting and then the consistent pressure as that clock ticks over. Maybe it's time running out for New Zealand. Into the pitch, slower delivery, dot ball.
You know, Baz, every time we commentate together, this game just changes on its head. But I'm not sure if that's going to be the case now. It's an uphill battle for New Zealand now with Jimmy Neesham and Darryl Mitchell. You'd say 2 of the more experienced batters in the lineup. That man there, Haris Rauf, mixing it up. Short to Nisham. They managed to get wickets. Great intervals here.
Crashed away, nicely done, almost headed the gap. Madhusi with an important stop.
It's just been consistent wickets and consistent Tapal tea drunk from the Tapal tea lounge. #1 tea of Pakistan is a delicious drop.
Everybody enjoyed the way that this guy's bowled brilliantly last night. Again, repeat performance. In a side has been informed is Pakistan. Very much of short of a length into the pitch.
I must admit, Bez, I doubted Imad Wasim at the start to open the bowling. I thought that, you know, Zaman should open, but what it does do, sensitivity free moment, life is too short for sensitive teeth. I think what it's done as well is it allows Haris Rauf to bowl through the middle and take wickets at opportune times, and you can bring him back. So it does give you a little bit of a longer, I guess, tail as well for your bowling unit, and he finds himself 3 for 17 of 3 now.
Thumped away, and that'll go all the way into the pitch again, but this time Chapman caught up with it.
Well, it's all happening from the bowling unit. We're talking about Haris Rauf, but let's not forget Mark Chapman's on 49. He came to the crease. He's been batting with a lot of authority. He's taken it to the Pakistan bowlers here. He's in and he's striking the ball beautifully.
Gets it away. Almost to the fence, but the single will bring up his 4th T20I 50. He's been the one batter who's looked in control, looked to take the attack to Pakistan. He's done it both nights as Mark Chapman. And he'll also get PKR 50,000 by Brighto Paints to celebrate their 50 years. But Mark Chapman, well, he's the one New Zealand batter who's actually got to terms with the Pakistani bowling. Oh, thumped away, that's timed beautifully, but straight to the man, burst through his hands. It would have been a sensational catch, but in the end, just a couple of runs after all that. 16 done, it's 1-2-3.
Yeah, they're going to check for the boundary here. It came off the middle of the bat. The meat of Rachin Ravindra's blade. Just dirty. No, that's fine. That's great work from Fakhar Zaman. What a stroke that was. It would have been a heck of a catch. He hit it at with a lot of power and timing.
New Zealand 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Shah Afridi goes Yorker, goes full. Now with this fast bowling unit, Shah Afridi loves bowling with the new ball. Haris Rauf, last ball, last over, it was struck magnificently well. It went really flat. In the end, it burst through his hands because of the pace of the ball. Babar appreciates the effort. But your point about Imad was seen. With Haris Rauf and Zaman Khan, they prefer probably a semi-new ball or the death overs. They're very good at that. Hit down the ground, just be a single. KFC, flip the bucket challenge, flip the KFC bucket on your head as fast as you can, and the winner will get KFC finger-licking good prizes.
Yeah, we saw it with Matt Henry, didn't we, Baz, where he came in the middle overs, but that's almost, you're not leaving too much with him at the death. As you said, Zaman and Haris Rauf, by bowling Imad Wasim, it gives you, if not one or both of them, the opportunity to strike in the middle, but then come back again and hopefully have 2 overs at the death as well.
A bit of reverse, bit of tail, and the perfect length right on that popping crease. But with the bowling unit that Pakistan do possess, especially in T20 cricket, if the batting does a half-decent job, they're in the game always. There's been only one batter from New Zealand who's been on song both nights.
Yeah, Mark Chapman, he struck the ball really well out the middle. He's particularly aggressive against spin. He's batted with authority, a little bit of touch. Just guides the ball nicely through the offside. A few lusty blows. 50 of 30 balls. Really do like Rachin Ravindra as a player. I love the fact that he did well with the ball tonight. With the bat, he's one of those players that actually plays well off both front and back foot. Scored 49 in Sri Lanka at Eden Park, and there's the wagon wheel. Leg side, a couple of big hits off the spin, cow corner there. Too much through the offside there.
There you go, right on cue, over extra cover, couple of bounces into the fence. Ends the 17th with a boundary. It's 131 for 5. Pakistan had a fantastic last 5 overs. New Zealand now require 20 and over. Haris Rauf. Slow one. He's been brilliant with the slow one.
Gee, that's an excellent change-up. When you go from close on 150 down to 125 Ks. Look at that. Just rolls his fingers over it, deep in the hand, takes all the pace off it, but well disguised. The key there is just to keep your arm action at the same pace. That's what disguises it so well. Look at that, 149.3, the fastest delivery from Haris Rauf.
And again, this time it's in the air, leg side. There's a chance in the deep, and accepted. Haris Rauf with the slow one again. He picks up another wicket, and Pakistan now well on their way.
Well, back-to-back slow deliveries. Rachin Ravindra, tough for him. He just has to go for it. Run rate up over 20. Gets it on the toe end of the bat. Through the shot just slightly early. Waqar Zaman, who dropped one earlier, doesn't make any issue taking that one in the hands. Unfortunately, Rachin Ravindra, he's got to go for 5, 131 for 6.
Gonche. The peel may be drifting down leg. Haris Rauf very interested. There's lots of stuff happening, a direct hit. But Haris Rauf still trying to convince Babar Azam. He thinks he's going down leg. Discussion, Babar does leave it late with his reviews. Goes for it.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. I have checked front foot is a fair delivery. Front on spin region, please. Ball is close to the bat to confirm ultra edge, please. Keep rolling. Roll back. Roll back. Now roll forward. Forward. Yeah, freeze. There is a spike when ball is next to the bat. There is no gap between bat and ball. Satisfied? Can you go back on field, please? Rashid, stay with your original not out decision. You are on screen. Make a signal, please.
The inside edge. A really good decision from Rashid Riaz. Gonki off the mark. And now up to Chapman. Just try and give it a swing. Lower one again. Got back-to-back 4 wickets as Haris Rauf. Couple of nights, 8 wickets.
Yeah, this was the wicket, just threw the shot too early. That's the key with the slow ball, changing it up. It's so difficult as a batter to adjust. When you're adjusting from 145 plus, close on that 150, down to 125. To adjust your stroke, your weight transfer goes too early and you just throw your hands at it. It's the disguise, and as you said, Baz, he's been exceptional last night and again tonight. 8 wickets through the 2 games and an opportunity for a fifer.
Timed well through the onside, timed really well. That goes to the fence.
Cole McConkey to the crease. Shot. Well, let's have a look at the wickets here. That was the first one. Caught long on, another slow ball and another one. Taking the pace off at the big wicket of Daryl Mitchell, taking Haris Rauf on. Short and pace on for Jimmy Neesham. And then Rachin Ravindra, another pace off. So pace off has worked for Haris Rauf today. Excellent reward. Can he get that 5-for? We saw a great finish from Babar Azam. Are we going to see an excellent finish from Haris Rauf?
Short and thumped away leg side. Not the perfect finish. Goes to the fence. But quite a spell from Haris Rauf. Boundary to end the 18th. 141 for 6. Excellent from Shaheen Shah Afridi.
When I look at the 3 bowlers here, Zaman, Shaheen Shah Afridi and Haris Rauf, what they can do is they can execute Yorkers. That one, maybe that was a missed effort there. McConkey's come in, and after the initial LBW scare, he struck the ball beautifully. The Cantabrian captains the team down in Christchurch. He's an excellent all-round player. By all-rounder, I mean fielding, bowling and batting. Good opportunity for him here.
terrific. So much skill in this Pakistan bowling unit. We saw the slow ones from Haris Rauf, the express pace, and now Shaheen Shah Afridi at the back end. Just getting a slight bit of tail with that reverse and beats the outside edge.
It's just a real subtle bit of tail there, isn't it? McConkey almost thinking that that's going to be coming in at the boards, but just tailing away from him. See what he does now. Shaheen Shah Afridi coming around the wicket, changing his angle. He's going to bring the stumps into play.
Now round the wicket. Oh, short, clever. Maybe just saw the preparation for the ramp shot. Pakistan been so good both nights with the ball, especially tonight. We were treated to a regal Barber century, and it's been comfortable. First game winning by 88, and this by looks as if they'll win by a comfortable margin. So this, in terms of T20s, that's a beautiful shot to extra cover fielder in place. But in terms of T20s, these margins of victories are quite massive.
Yeah, big, and New Zealand are going to have to reflect once again. I almost feel that they didn't go hard enough in the power play. They need to take the Pakistan bowlers on, but I think that that's the strength, is that these Pakistan bowlers are experienced and they bring a lot of pace and a lot of skill. It's tough to take them on. New Zealand have to find a way.
Yes, high quality bowling from Pakistan, and remember all these bowlers in form. Haris Rauf, actually when he plays international cricket, he probably performs better. Shaheen Shah Afridi coming back into the side at a good HBL PSL. Zaman Khan as well. He's come up the ranks. Remember that in the squad there are a couple of bowlers who are itching to get out. Is Ihsanullah, who's got a lot of pace. Naseem Shah, who's had a great year in T20 cricket. He's chipped into the leg side. Maybe a couple of runs. Yes, they'll come back for the second of the final over. New Zealand will require 47. Zaman Khan with the last over. Ramp shot doesn't work.
Yeah, it's not just the skill of the Pakistan bowlers, but I think how they complement each other as well. You've got the left arm of Shaheen Shah Afridi, and that's tomorrow's game. Live at 8:50, Gaddafi Stadium, 17th of April. Third one.
This is what Zaman Khan does so well. Thingy action. If you look at underneath, got a good slow one as well. That's why he backs himself in the final overs. Talked about this before. Yes, he has that slingy action, but I've never seen him, or doesn't show off that he's under pressure even in the toughest of conditions, and loves to bowl these final overs. Today, well, it's done and dusted, but still the skill levels that he has in executing the final over.
You talk about the skill, Bazin. They've all got great slow balls. They execute the Yorker. It's a bit of swing early on from Shaheen Shah Afridi. And we've seen slow ball bumpers as well. The execution, all the skills that you need in T20 cricket to not only put teams under pressure, but also when you're under pressure to execute a Yorker and get in and out of your overs.
And there you go, the full toss or the tipping Yorker hits middle stump. And it's another wicket for the Pakistani fast bowlers. Salman Khan indicates that it was pace off.
Well, let's have a look here. Yeah, it was pace off. Something that's worked so well for Haris Rauf tonight has worked for Zaman there. Just the deception of it. Cole McConkey thinking that it was almost going to come knee high, to just dips on him at the last minute. Brilliantly bowled. McConkey has to go for 12, 147 for 7.
Down the ground, just be single. Talked about the skills that these Pakistani fast bowlers possess. Undercuts that delivery. The dip in the end is what did the trick.
It's also so well disguised. Even from that angle, it's tough to see how it just rolls out of the hand.
Final delivery. The second T20I. Got ball pumped away offside. Over the top, goes for a maximum. Goes for a 6, but Pakistan comprehensive winners. They win by 38 runs and take a lead of 2-zip in the series. All set up by a regal, exquisite 100 from the captain. It was class batting as always from him, and then the bowlers, well, didn't give New Zealand much chance with the bat. The last ball hit well. Chapman, the only New Zealand batter who's had a hold on the Pakistani bowlers, he ends up with 65, but in the end Pakistan yet again too good consecutively on 2 nights.
Yeah, well, they've been excellent, Pakistan. They were excellent last night, excellent again today. The only thing they might reflect on is wickets through the middle of their batting, but they started well, set up by Babar Azam and Rizwan. The total looked like it was going to be in excess of 200, probably closer to 220, but a little bit of a stumble through the middle. Mark Chapman walking off, well, he can be pleased once again. The only shining light really for New Zealand, but a complete performance from this Pakistan team. They really do look like they're in form. They've got some excellent variations of players in their bowling attack and their batting. Well, it possessed the power from that man. It was a box office finish from him to get to his 100. Brilliant leader, brilliant player.
New Zealand always up against it. Didn't have a great power play in terms of run scoring. You know, only Chapman with his 65 looked as if they could threaten the Pakistani fast bowling and the spinners. 154 they got in their 20. Shaheen Shah, Preeti Nunn for 25. Imad 1 for 19. Zaman 1 for 30. But Haris Rauf, 4 overs, 4 for 27. Pakistan winning by 38. Won the toss, batted first again. Babar Azam with a classy 101. Superb finish to his innings. And Rizwan with a 50. Iftikhar, 33 of just 19. And that meant 192 for 4. New Zealand came in but were never in the chase. 154 for 7. They ended up on. Haris Rauf, the star with the ball yet again. 4 for 27. Pakistan easily winning this second contest.
Yeah, excellent. Pakistan, well, they can celebrate. New Zealand went in chasing 193. Captain Tom Latham, what an effort that was. They started well. Pakistan, Shadab Khan, getting the captain, Tom Latham. He spoke about cross-bat shots throughout the innings. Well, there was one of them, Imad Wasim. Spin was taken on by Chapman, the only shining light in the innings. Played aggressively, and you need to play aggressively to try and chase down these Pakistan runs. That was a big wicket. Haris Rauf taking the pace off, while Chapman used the pace of the delivery. He hit square of the wicket, not too many through the offside until later on in the innings. Daryl Mitchell, just like he did last night, taking on the bowling, trying to be aggressive. They needed runs. The run rate was climbing as Pakistan started taking wickets, and Haris Rauf, as he's done so many times, introduced into the attack, picks up wickets with pace and precision. Chapman kept going, trying to chase the runs down, which now is almost at 20 runs and over. Rachin Ravindra in vain. He had to go for it. Another change of pace from that man, Haris Rauf. I have to say, Pakistan, well, they finished the innings well. They really do bowl some amazing death bowling from all the bowlers. At the end, well, lost blood for Chapman, but that was in vain. All-round excellent effort from Pakistan, and more reflection for New Zealand.
The first couple of games done in Pakistan. First game won by 88 and then 38 runs third. We're on the 17th here in Lahore, and then it shifts to Rawalpindi. But right now we'll take a short break, and then we'll come back with everything post-match. Another powerful display from Pakistan, led by Captain Babar with an exquisite 101. Rizwan with a 50. Iftikhar, 33 not out of 19 deliveries. New Zealand never really in the chase, 154 for 7. And Pakistan winning by 38 runs. Let's go and reach Sikandar Bak with the post-match ceremony.
Thank you, Bazir. And here we are with the post-match presentation of match 2, and Pakistan making it 2 out of 2 after winning this by 38 runs and looking pretty good. An all-round team effort from Babar Azam and his men. Now, before we give away the awards, let's introduce our presentation party, starting with Mr. Tahir Khurshid, Group Head Audit and Inspection, Bank Al-Falah. Next to him, Mr. Ammar Ikhlas, Head of Payments, Bank Al-Falah again. Then Mr. Tariq Durrani, Regional Business Head, Central B, Jazz. And last but not the least, Mr. Faisal Rafiq, Head of Expert, Haleon. Now I'll request Mr. Ammar Ikhlas to please step forward. He'll be presenting the Bank Al-Falah Best Fielder of the Match award of 100,000 Pakistan rupees, and that goes to Jimmy Neesham for that brilliant catch that he took to dismiss Saim Ayub in this match today. The great catch taken by Jimmy Neesham and a well-deserved award. Now Mr. Tariq Durrani will present the Jazz Super All-Rounder of the Match award of another 100,000 rupees, and that goes to Pakistan's wicketkeeper batter Mohammad Rizwan for his 50 of just 34 balls, which had 6 boundaries and a towering 6. Gave Pakistan a great start with that opening partnership along with Captain Babar Azam. Now the next award will be presented by Mr. Faisal Rafiq. He'll be giving away the Sensodyne Complete Performer of the Match. That's 200,000 rupees. And once again, it is the fast bowling of Haris Rauf. Another 4-wicket haul of just 27 runs in his 4 overs. He's been superb, he's been fast, and he's been quick. He's got 8 wickets already in 2 matches. Now Mr. Tahir Khurshid will be presenting the Bank Al-Falah Player of the Match Trophy and Cash Award of 100,000 rupees to Pakistan captain Babar Azam for his brilliant 101 not out of just 58 balls. He's got 11 boundaries and 3 sixes in that knock. We'll have a word with you, Babar. A complete performance from the captain, leading from the front. Babar, of course, a win for a team, nothing better than that. But let's start with your innings, and as a batter, completely satisfied. T20 100 is a big achievement.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, definitely. I am very happy to perform in this match. Yeah, early on, a little bit helped the fast bowlers, a little bit seam. So, but me and Rizwan just build a partnership, and then after Rizwan out, then me and for Iftikhar going, and we are trying to finish up.
Got a good answer for strike rates out there now. 36 balls for 50, and then you got 101 not out of 58. You really, paced it well. You were waiting for that opportunity in the last 4 overs. You have 50 plus runs were scored.
Of course, because of I'm set in the middle, so I'm trying to till the end playing all overs. So yeah, but last 5 overs I've utilized me and FT, and yeah, we have in good total.
When you win a match as a captain, you're satisfied, of course, but are there any areas you've been losing quick wickets in the middle order somewhere? Is it a concern, or you feel it's part of the game?
I think it's concern because back-to-back wicket is hurt you, but we are working on this particularly at that point. So we are sit and discuss these things, because of when you are back-to-back wicket, then pressure on us. But in the end, me and Iftikhar build a partnership. They help us.
The kind of bowling attack you're having, I think 160 would be enough, because they've been bowling very well.
Of course, our bowling lineup is outstanding, and we have good fast bowlers, young fast bowlers mix up. We are like Shaheen and Haris. They perform very well, and especially Zaman, and they bowl very well in the new ball and in the death over.
Quick word on Rizwan. Any news how he is back and how is he feeling now?
He's feel better. Inshallah, one day rest, and then let's see where we stand.
Yeah, some work for you to choose who to get into the bowling department. Everyone's performing, but all-round great effort. Enjoyed your innings thoroughly, and good luck for the coming games.
Thank you so much.
Babar Azam, the captain of Pakistan team. Now, I'd like to invite captain of New Zealand, Tom Latham, to please come and have a few words with us, and we'll talk to Tom. Tom, starts have been there. You were neck to neck with Pakistan almost till the 13th over. It's just the finishing touch probably missing.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, we've sort of been there or thereabouts for periods, I think. You know, there was, as you said, the time there around that 13th over where I think we went about 5 overs for 30-odd runs, you know, with 4 wickets in there, and we just weren't able to sort of finish the innings off well. And, you know, when Bubba plays in innings like that, sometimes you just got to take your hat off to them.
Both the games you got Pakistan on the back foot with that middle order batting of theirs, but the finishing touch, as you said today, again 56 were conceded of just last 4 overs.
Yeah, obviously you always want to, you know, I guess stick to your blueprint and have the perfect performance, but you know, we haven't quite been there. We've been a little bit off, but you know, that's the game we play, and yeah, I think the bowlers have been certainly trying hard. It's one of those things where we're probably not that far away. It probably looks a little bit different on the scorecard, but if we can piece it all together in the sort of the bowling department, I think you know, we'll give ourselves a good chance. As a batting unit, you feel that you're getting in there and just understanding what pace and bounce is offering out there? Yeah, a little bit. I think we're obviously a lot better today than we were last night. You know, we probably didn't quite get off to the start that we would have liked when you're chasing a score of 190, and obviously they bowled really well through the middle. They were able to take wickets pretty much at all stages, and we weren't able to build those partnerships. So I guess when you're chasing a score like that, you kind of want to get off to a good start, and you want to have some, you know, significant contributions or significant partnerships, and we weren't quite able to do that. And you know, someone like Mark Chapman, who played beautifully today, if someone else with a couple of guys were able to stick around him, then you know, it might have been different. Yeah, you mentioned Mark Chapman, of course, Matt Henry, the way he's been bowling. Couple of positives to walk into the third game and look, you know, for more, or for a win rather. Yeah, you're right. As I said, we're not that far away, even though it might say that on the scorecard. If we're able to piece it together, then I guess this game's, you know, it's a game of fine margins, and it can be pretty fickle. So, you know, if a few things go right on our side, then you know, hopefully we can come back in a couple of days and take the learnings from the last couple of nights and take that into the next game. Well, you hope you get that one win and then momentum comes your way. Good luck and hard luck for the game today. Cheers. Thank you. Tom Latham, the captain of New Zealand. And that also concludes the presentation from down here.
First couple of games Pakistan have won, but on the 17th of April we'll be back live here at 8:50 Gaddafi Stadium, Lahore, with the third T20I. The Bank Alpha presents Pakistan versus New Zealand. Right now it is Pakistan who are victorious, and Pakistan who take a 2-zip lead in this 5 T20I series. Till then, it's a goodbye.
Wow, he's cracked that. This has gone a long way.
Brings up his 50. Lovely, lovely knock by Rizwan.
Oh, that sounded amazing. The King stands tall once again tonight, and he lights up Gaddafi Stadium. Third T20I century for Babar Azam.
Played it in the air. That's a soft dismissal.
Well, what a moment for Pakistan cricket. Then Babar Azam with yet another 100, a true masterclass from him, and the emotions rolling in. And why not 100 at Gaddafi Stadium, Lahore? And look at the celebration from Babar Azam. He is a true gem of Pakistan cricket. What a wonderful performance indeed. Hello and welcome to Inverex Solar Energy Pitch Side Show. What a performance from Pakistan. They are now leading the series 2-0. बहुत अच्छी performance overall हमें देखने को मिली. And what a stunning 100 from Babar Azam. He led the way in a true captain's innings, that's what we call it. And what a magnificent knock. And because मैं बाबर आजम की बात कर रही हूँ तो हमने सोचा आज हम उनको थोड़ी सी तकलीफ दे के उनको यहाँ पे भी बुलाएं, because we couldn't help but bring him here and talk to him about that 100. Alongside him is the person who was calling out that 100, Arooj Mumtaz. बाबर, सबसे पहले तो बहुत-बहुत मुबारक हो on the win. पाकिस्तान 2-0 जीत चुका है, but what a 100 by you. You know, आपकी जो 100 थी, जिस मोमेंट पे आई, जिस तरह से आई, पाकिस्तान टीम को जिताया मैच, तो बहुत ही अच्छी ओकेजन. द फैक्ट दैट पाकिस्तान इज नाउ लीडिंग 2-0, बट आपके लिए पर्सनल माइलस्टोन वो कितना मैटर करता है, उसके बारे में बताएं.
बिल्कुल पर्सनल माइलस्टोन इतना मैं रखता नहीं हूँ. मेरी कोशिश यही होती है कि टीम जीते और वो परफॉर्मेंस की जाए जिससे टीम जीते. अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह शुक्र है, टीम फर्स्ट आती है, फिर माइलस्टोन अपने आते हैं. और अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह अगर आप इंडिविजुअल पूछें, माइलस्टोन का पूछें, तो बिल्कुल स्पेशल 100 कह सकते हैं, क्योंकि जिस तरह हमने स्टार्ट किया था अर्ली ऑन, थोड़ा सा फास्ट बॉलर्स को हेल्प मिल रही थी. और उसके बाद फिर मैंने और रिजवान ने पार्टनरशिप बिल्ड की और हमने 10 ओवरों में 92 और मैं 93 थे. उसके बाद हमारा ये प्लान था तो कि हमने यहाँ से अगर स्टार्ट हमें अच्छा मिल गया तो हमने मोमेंटम को ब्रेक डाउन नहीं करना और कोशिश करनी है 190 के करीब लेके जाना है. लेकिन मेरे ख्याल से रिजवान के आउट होने के बाद हम फिर बैक टू बैक विकेटें गिरी, जिसकी वजह से जो वो 3 और 4 ओवर थे हमारे, वो वैसे हमें रन्स नहीं मिले जिससे हमें मिलने चाहिए थे. लेकिन उसके बाद जब मैं और इफ्तिकार खेल रहे थे, उसमें यही प्लान था कि हम जितना मैक्सिमम कर सकते हैं. लेकिन उसके बाद जो हमें एक ओवर मिला, उससे हमें मोमेंटम मिला. उसमें लग रहा था कि हम 190-200 तक जा सकते हैं. तो वो मोमेंटम जब मिला तो उसमें यही था कि जितना हम यूटिलाइज़ कर सकते हैं इस चीज़ को करें. और जिस तरह इफ्ती ने भी जो इनिंग्स खेली, शॉर्ट इनिंग खेली, लेकिन वो आउटस्टैंडिंग थी. उसके बाद जो मेरी शॉर्टें लगी और लास्ट ओवर में मेरा जो प्लान यही था कि माइट बी बैक ऑफ द मैन, ये था कि अगर 2 अच्छी हिट लग गई तो हो सकता है 100 हो सकता है. तो वो 2 शॉटें जब लगी हैं तो फिर लेकिन इसमें इफ्ती ने भी अंदर मुझे बड़ा कॉन्फिडेंस दिया कि भाई कर सकता है तू, हो सकता है. तो वो एक आपका जब जो टीममेट्स आपको बूस्ट देता है, क्योंकि आपके दिमाग में बहुत सी चीज़ें चल रही होती हैं. आपने देखना है कि यार क्या टोटल यहाँ पे अच्छा सूटेबल है. और उसके बाद जब लास्ट 3 बॉल थे उसमें मुझे दो बाउंड्रीज मिले और उसमें लास्ट ओवर में मैंने सिर्फ लास्ट बॉल पे सिर्फ मेरा ये था कि यार जो अल्लाह ने लिखा वो होना है, बाकी अपनी जो जहाँ पे बॉल होगी वहाँ पे हिट होगी. अल्लाह ने कराया अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह.
वाकई बहुत ही ज़बरदस्त मोमेंट था. जिस तरह से आपने सेलिब्रेट भी किया, वो सेलिब्रेशन बड़ी जोश वाली थी. नज़र आ रहा था कि बहुत एनर्जी है, एंड व्हाट इट मेंट टू यू एंड व्हाट इट मेंट टू द साइड एज वेल, वो नज़र आ रहा था. लेकिन मुझे ये बताएं कि क्या ये सेलिब्रेशन क्या वो स्ट्राइक रेट ब्रिगेड के लिए थी, लोगों के लिए? ये जवाब को मुझे नज़र आ रहा था, जो वो एक्स्ट्रा जोश नज़र आ रहा था कि जिस तरह वो होता है ना कि you're saying कि सुन लो, देख लो तुम जो सब लोग जो मुझे तनकीद करते हो unnecessarily.
कह भी सकते हैं
कह भी सकते हैं.
लेकिन ऐसा कोई चीज़ें मैं माइंड में रखता नहीं हूँ. लेकिन देखें ऑन द डे और सिचुएशन के हिसाब से चीज़ें लेके चलता हूँ और डिपेंड करता है. देखें शुरू के 10 ओवर मैं डिफरेंट स्ट्राइक रेट से खेला हूँ. उसके बाद जब था जब मुझे लगा कि यार बीच में फिर ब्रेक डाउन हुआ, क्योंकि बैक टू बैक विकेटें गिर गई. क्योंकि एज अ प्रोफेशनल आप देखते हैं कि यार यहाँ पे आप क्या और ऐड कर सकते हैं, क्या ऐसे इनिंग्स बिल्ड कर सकते हैं. क्योंकि वहाँ पे मैं भी आउट हो जाता, यहाँ बैक टू बैक एक और विकेट गिर जाती तो ये टोटल हम नहीं कर पाते. तो ये चीज़ें आपको थोड़ी सी आइडेंटिफाई करनी पड़ती हैं कि क्या चल रहा है, सिचुएशन क्या है. स्ट्राइक रेट बिल्कुल ये चीज़ें साथ चल रही हैं, लेकिन कोशिश यही होती है कि मॉडर्न क्रिकेट के साथ जो चल रही है उस हिसाब से खेलें. स्ट्राइक रेट 190 से भी खेल रहा हूँ कभी कभार. देखिए सिचुएशन मैटर करती है. हमेशा मैं हर बार ये कहता हूँ सिचुएशन मैटर करती है. जब आप सेट होते हैं आप 200 स्ट्राइक रेट से भी खेलते हैं, मेन थिंग है अंदर रहना। अंदर रहेंगे तो आप 150 के स्ट्राइक रेट से भी खेलेंगे, 200 से भी खेलेंगे, और आखिरी 5 ओवर जो था वो स्ट्राइक रेट मेरा काफ़ी बेहतर था।
चलें, उम्मीद करती हूँ जवाब मिल गया होगा सबको। जी अरूज।
आई थिंक जो स्ट्राइक रेट्स वाली बात की, वो थोड़ा सा जो सेलिब्रेशन में इमोशन का फ्लो आता है, थिंक कहीं ना कहीं वो भी एक जवाब होता है कि क्योंकि एक तरीके से जो बाबर और रिजवान का जो ओपनिंग कॉम्बिनेशन है वो स्ट्राइक रेट कभी कभार जायज़, बहुत दफ़ा ना जायज़ कॉप आउट करते हैं। सो उसमें बट आपको देखना कि ग्रोथ, अब हम बाबर के स्ट्राइक रेट्स की बात करें तो इन 2023 स्ट्राइकिंग एट 145 प्लस, तो जब आपको इम्प्रूवमेंट नज़र आ रही है और जो इसका करियर स्ट्राइक रेट है वो अर्ली डेज के अंदर भी है, तो अगर करंट मॉडर्न डे में इस साल में अगर वो इम्प्रूव हो रहा है, सो आई थिंक लाइक आई सेड ऑन कमेंट्री कि द स्ट्राइक रेट डिबेट कैन बी लेड टू रेस्ट, क्योंकि वो उस चीज़ को खुद रिकग्नाइज करता है। देखिए प्रॉब्लम तो ये ना, कहते हैं कि नहीं मसला ही नहीं है भाई, ये भी तो कह सकता है ना कि नहीं मसला। When he understands that and in the context of the situation, किस तरह से थोड़ा सा probably criticism इसलिए आता है कि पावर प्ले जहाँ पर फील्डिंग रिस्ट्रिक्शंस इनके फेवर में होती हैं, हार्ड न्यू बॉल जहाँ ट्रैवल करता है वहाँ पर जब कभी कभार अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ मिस होती हैं, उस वजह से प्रॉब्ली वो चीज़ ज़्यादा मैग्नीफाई होती है। बट इफ़ देर इज़ इम्प्रूवमेंट एंड इफ देर इज़ अंडरस्टैंडिंग कि उस चीज़ को आइडेंटिफाई करा है, उस पर काम करा है, शॉट से इम्प्रूव, द रेंज ऑफ हिज शॉट सिलेक्शन इज इम्प्रूव, आई थिंक दैट प्रीटी मच सेट्स।
ठीक है, बड़ी अच्छी बात इन्होंने की कि अडेप्ट करना पड़ता है सिचुएशन के हिसाब से, बट जब यू डन सो वेल और जब कोई इतना फ्लॉलेसली खेले और उसका करियर इतना फ्लॉलेस हो, इतना एक्सेप्शनल हो, तो लोग ढूंढते भी हैं कि कौन सी ऐसी चीज़ है जिस पे हम बात कर सकते हैं। तो जब आप इस तरह की कोई बात सुनते हैं तो आप इसको किस तरह से इंटरप्रेट करते हैं? आप या तनकीद या जिस तरह से भी आप उस चीज़ को लेना चाहें, आप उसको किस तरह से इंटरप्रेट करते हैं? वो चीज़ आपको बॉदर करती है या आप ये सोचते हैं कि मुझे इसको मज़ीद लेके मैं इसको इम्प्रूव कर सकता हूँ, या आप उसको बिल्कुल इग्नोर कर देते हैं कि नहीं मुझे अपने प्लान पर स्टिक करना है? आपका माइंड या थॉट प्रोसेस कैसे चलता है?
देखें, मुझे ये चीज़ें बॉदर नहीं करती ऑनेस्टली। मैं कभी इन चीज़ों को अपने ऊपर हावी नहीं करता, क्योंकि अगर मैं करूँगा तो मैं प्रेशर आएगा, फजूल का प्रेशर आएगा। तो जो मेरी गेम है, जो मेरी जितना मुझे समझ है, जितना मैं अपने आप में और अपने बबल में रहता हूँ, क्योंकि कोशिश करता हूँ, हाँ बिल्कुल इम्प्रूवमेंट की ज़रूरत है। जिन्होंने उन्होंने बात की कि फर्स्ट 6 ओवर में ऑन द डे आप कभी कभार आप ऐसे खेलते हो 150 के स्ट्राइक रेट से खेलते हो, कभी कभार बॉलर को विकेट सपोर्ट कर रही होती है, तो उसमें आपको थोड़ा सा टेक्निकल खेलना पड़ता है, थोड़ी सी क्रिकेटिंग शॉट पे रहना पड़ता है। तो वो थोड़ा ऑन द डे डिपेंड करता है। जिस तरह आप PSL के मैचेस देख लें, हमें कुछ ऐसी विकटें मिली कि वहाँ पे आपको लग रहा था कि यार पहले 6 ओवर में ही आप जो है आपका स्ट्राइक रेट 160 पे जा रहा है, लेकिन यहाँ पे आप देख लें, पिछले मैच में देख लें, आप वैसा नहीं कर सकते थे जैसे आप सोचते हैं। जिसमें एज अ बैट्समैन, एज अ प्लेयर, आप जो माइंडसेट बना के जाते हैं कि यार मैं ये आज ये करूँगा, तो वो आपको वहाँ पे जब नहीं मिलता तो उसके आपने सेकंड ऑप्शन तो आपने बना के रखनी होती है ना, कि यार सेकंड नहीं मिल रही, फर्स्ट नहीं मिल रही, तो सेकंड मेरे पास होनी चाहिए, सेकंड भी नहीं मिल रही तो थर्ड होनी चाहिए। तो बैक ऑफ द माइंड आपके पास 2-3 प्लान होने चाहिए कि इस सिचुएशन में मैं क्या करूँगा, अगर डिफ़िकल्ट सिचुएशन आ गई है उसमें मैंने क्या करना है, मैंने कैसे निकालना है, कैसे मैंने रन्स भी करने हैं, स्ट्राइक रेट को भी देखना है, टीम के लिए रन्स भी करने हैं। तो ये जब आपके दिमाग में ये काफ़ी चीज़ें चल रही होती हैं, तो फिर काफ़ी चीज़ें आपके लिए हेल्पफुल भी होती हैं लेटर ऑन, क्योंकि जितना एज अ प्रोफेशनल आप सोचते हैं, आप वे निकालते हैं रन्स करने का, तो उसलिए उतने आप परफॉर्म अच्छा करते हैं।
चलें ठीक है, थैंक यू सो मच। आपने इतनी ज़बरदस्त एक्सप्लेनेशन दी एंड इस पर डिस्कशन भी हुई थी और अरूज की हमने बात भी सुनी थी कि आई थिंक दिस डिबेट हैज़ बीन पुट टू रेस्ट फॉर गुड, और एंड इफ इट हैज़न्ट इट शुड बी नाउ, बिकॉज बहुत ही शानदार खूबसूरत इनिंग्स इन्होंने खेली और मोर इम्पॉर्टेंटली पाकिस्तान मैच जीता एंड पाकिस्तान इज नाउ लीडिंग द सीरीज 2-0. आई एम श्योर दैट्स गोना गिव देम a lot of confidence going ahead as well. Thanks a lot, Babar, for taking out the time and joining us. We'll be taking a short break, and when we do come back, we'll be joined by a new guest. back at the Inverex Solar Energy pit side show. What a performance by Pakistan, well led by Babar Azam. It was a classical performance by him indeed. I've now been joined by Bazid Khan, who joins us in the studio. Baz, great win for Pakistan, but of course today's story or the highlight of the day has to be Babar Azam की innings. अब आज एक मजहर अरशद ने स्टैट भी दिया था, आपने भी पढ़ा होगा कि पिछले 10 इनिंग्स में उनसे उस तरह से स्कोर नहीं हुआ, तो मेरा ख्याल है उनको मजीद स्टैट्स देने चाहिए, बिकॉज जब वो स्टैट्स देते हैं तो फिर प्लेयर की परफॉर्मेंस भी सामने आ जाती है.
I don't think कि बाबर at any stage once he doesn't get runs, मतलब जब वो स्कोर नहीं करता तो वो हाईलाइट हो जाता है कि जी बाबर ने आज रन्स नहीं किए, क्योंकि इतना वो कंसिस्टेंट है, not only in T20s, ODIs, even test match cricket now. So जब बाबर runs नहीं करते तो it's a story. That is the immenseness of Babar, because most players ऐसे होते हैं कि जब वो runs करते हैं तो वो story बनती है, जब बाबर runs नहीं करता तब वो story बनती है.
That's actually a fair point, because वो हैं ही इतने consistent कि जब वो नहीं करते तो लोग कहते हैं कि शायद क्यों नहीं किया, या अगर कम करते हैं तो लोग कहते हैं कि शायद 50 करते हैं तो लोग कहते हैं कि that's probably not good enough. But anyway, that is the kind of standards that Babar Azam has set in Pakistan cricket, and because we're talking about him and how well he's performed, he's also our hero of the day.
Hero of the match, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
I think he's a prized possession that Pakistan cricket and world cricket possess. I think he's 360 and he stuck to his strengths, and that's always been a highlight of his innings. He accelerated when he needed to. His last 50 came off 22 balls, and that was the magical moment. He gets louder every time he celebrates.
Hero of the match, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Most centuries in T20 international cricket, then Babar Azam is now on that number 2 spot, right behind Chris Gayle. Very different styles of playing, but it's great to see someone like Babar Azam get up there amongst all the records. 22 for Chris Gayle in T20s, and you know, you've got to say that जिस तरह से वो जा रहे हैं, जो उनका career trajectory है, he might even reach, he might even overtake Chris Gayle if he continues to play T20 cricket. But it's just so great to see रूज कि उन्होंने convert किया अपना वो start. 50s तो हम उनकी देखते ही रहते हैं, अब तो आदत होगी उनकी 50 देखने के लिए, but to see a Babar Azam 100, you know, it's such a treat for the fans. आपको आज की innings में क्या चीज़ पसंद आई उनकी?
जिस तरह मैंने पहले भी कहा कि जब वो यहाँ मौजूद थे कि his variety of shots, शॉट सिलेक्शन, उस एरे को उन्होंने एक्सपैंड किया है. पहले होता था कि बाबर जब बाउंड्री ऑप्शन ढूंढते थे तो वहाँ वो स्ट्रगल करते थे. हमने देखा कि एक उन्होंने बहुत दफ़ा इवन इन टेस्ट क्रिकेट वो भी वो करते हैं कि मिड विकेट के ऊपर से छक्का मारते हैं, फिर पेस ऑफ द सरफेस अप एंड डाउन द ट्रैक यूज़ करना शुरू हो गए, ऑफ साइड के ऊपर अपर कट वैसे ही अच्छा खेलते हैं. तो आई थिंक एवोल्यूशन ऑफ हिम एज अ 360 प्लेयर इन टर्म्स ऑफ बाउंड्री ऑप्शंस, वो एक चीज़ है. The testament to the class of the player such के universe boss के पीछे in T20 cricket, if Babar Azam is number 2 on the list, it goes to show a lot about the class of the player that he is.
Chale, not just a personal milestone, his success in T20s as a captain is also something that we need to look at. Let's have a look at the stat attack for today.
Stat attack, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Records galore, and this is also something that he can be well and truly proud of, because we're talking about most wins as captain in T20 international cricket. Owen Morgan is right at the top, but Babar Azam is not far. He's got 42 wins to his name as captain, which is quite incredible. Baz, like, we're talking about him as a player, but then to have this kind of record as a captain as well, you know, हमारी बहुत सी अभी discussion चल रही थी, you know, media में भी about captaincy, and हमेशा कुछ ना कुछ तो बात चल ही रही होती है, लेकिन जब आप ये record देखते हैं तो उसके बाद लोगों को मुतमईन होना चाहिए.
देखिए, when he was made captain initially, there was a question कि will his batting suffer, and I don't think it has. वो तो हमें पता चल गया है कि his batting hasn't suffered. But the testament here also is कि पाकिस्तान की T20 क्रिकेट में हम कहते हैं कि शायद T20 क्रिकेट इवॉल्व हो गई है, शायद अब बहुत ज़्यादा डायनामिक्स आ गए हैं, लेकिन जो विन परसेंटेज है वो फिर भी इतनी ज़्यादा है। जब सरफराज कैप्टन थे तो पाकिस्तान तब भी जीत रहा था। अभी भी इवन व्हेन द वर्ल्ड हैज़ इवॉल्व, इवन व्हेन वी से कि अब बहुत इवॉल्व कर गई है T20 क्रिकेट, पाकिस्तान इज स्टिल राइट अप देयर।
Do you think Aruj he's improved as captain when you compare his captaincy जिस तरह उन्होंने शुरुआत की और अब जो आप देख रही हैं, कोई ऐसी चीज़ है जो आपने पिक की है कि हाँ इस चीज़ पे इसने मज़ीद इम्प्रूव किया है?
देखिए एक बात तो वो वाली जो बाजिद ने की कि एज अ बैटर ही हैजंट सफर्ड आई थिंक एंड इफ एनीथिंग इज ओनली मैच्योर्ड एंड गॉटन बेटर। कैप्टनसी इज सम आर born leaders and they've got the national instinct and somebody who comes to mind is Ben Stokes in that. Babar I think is more about learning on the job और अब थोड़ा सा उनके अंदर जो कप्तानी में निखार नजर आती है is about taking a few brave decisions, not sticking to the sort of the given plan. He doesn't shy away, was taking some brave decisions, bowling के अंदर calls, कुछ मुख्तलिफ चीज़ों से अब वो डरते नहीं हैं उसको ट्राई करने में और जब तक करेंगे नहीं उसको सीखेंगे नहीं बेहतर नहीं होंगे। आई थिंक जो कप्तानी में थोड़ा सा वो क्रिटिसिज्म अगेन कॉप आउट करते हैं क्योंकि जब आप ग्लोबल टूर्नामेंट्स देखते हैं ना, आप 21 T20 वर्ल्ड कप के सेमीफाइनल में चले जाएं, वो हम बहुत अच्छा खेला बट वो मैच हम हारे। एशिया कप हमने अच्छा खेला, फाइनल हम हार गए। इस वर्ल्ड कप बहुत अच्छा हमने खेला बट हम फाइनल हार गए। तो जब आप वो ग्लोबल टूर्नामेंट्स को आखिर में जीत नहीं पाते, यू सेट सच हाई स्टैंडर्ड्स, जो बाजिद बात करें बिल्कुल ठीक है, स्टैट्स डोंट लाई, बट again all of this only points towards the fact that he'll only get better, and I think the fact that he's willing to take those difficult or brave decisions and try something new, it's working.
इसमें एक और एस्पेक्ट भी है, रूज का फेवरेट एस्पेक्ट है नाउ डेटा एनालिसिस इन दैट। तो अब जो नई मैनेजमेंट आई, देयर विल बी आई थिंक देयर विल बी अ लॉट ऑफ डेटा ड्रिवन एनालिसिस इन दैट। सो हाउ बाबर इनकॉर्पोरेट्स दैट इनटू हिज कैप्टनसी, अगर वो जो amalgamation between data and also instinct, अगर वो कर लेते हैं पार, as in balances that out, then I think he's well on the way.
Right, और डेटा की बात उन्होंने इसलिए की है बिकॉज इस्लामाबाद यूनाइटेड से रेहान उल हक आए हैं एज मैनेजर हु इज वेरी डेटा ड्रिवन। इस्लामाबाद यूनाइटेड इज नोन टू बी वेरी डेटा ड्रिवन, व्हिच इज अ गुड थिंग। वी वांट टू सी पॉजिटिव चेंजेस विद इन पाकिस्तान क्रिकेट एंड नॉट जस्ट कैप्टनसी की जिस तरह उन्होंने बात की, द फैक्ट कि उनकी अपनी परफॉर्मेंस इफेक्ट नहीं हुई। बहुत से ऐसे कैप्टन पाकिस्तान क्रिकेट के लिए हमने देखे हैं जो आए हैं और उनकी बैटिंग प्रेशर की वजह से एंड सो मेनी अदर रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज इफेक्ट हुई। उनकी इफ एनीथिंग has only and only improved, and yeah, that was the stat attack for you.
Stat Attack, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
चले बैटिंग के ऊपर तो हमने डिस्कशन की ही है, बट बॉलिंग जो है विच हैज़ बीन कंसिस्टेंटली विनिंग टूर्नामेंट्स फॉर पाकिस्तान, हारिस रऊफ की आज फिर से बाज़त बहुत अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस, कल भी उन्होंने 4 विकेटें ली। अच्छा एक जैसे हमने कहा हेल्दी कंपटीशन क्रिएट हो रहा है।
मुझे ऐसा लगता है इसके समाव जब हारिस रऊफ पाकिस्तान से खेलते हैं, जब इंटरनेशनल क्रिकेट खेलते हैं तो ज़्यादा अच्छी बॉलिंग करते हैं बनिस्बत के जब वो फ्रेंचाइज क्रिकेट खेलते हैं। PSL में yes he does perform for his franchise, but he performs even better when he's playing for Pakistan। और आज his slow one is his wicket taking option। मतलब पिछले चंद मैचेस में ऐसे बिफोर दिस सीरीज ऐसे लग रहा था कि शायद वो स्लोअर वन इतना इस्तेमाल नहीं कर रहे, शायद दैट स्लोअर वन इज नॉट डिलीवरिंग। टुडे ही वेंट बैक टू हिज गो टू डिलीवरी एंड वर्कड ऑल द टाइम।
अच्छा, ये जो आपने बात की है कि वो जब नेशनल टीम के लिए परफॉर्म करते हैं तो ऐसे लगता है कि जिस तरह बेहतर परफॉर्म करते हैं एज अपोज टू फ्रेंचाइज क्रिकेट, इससे क्या मैसेज जाता है रूज? बिकॉज ऑब्वियसली व्हेन यू आर परफॉर्मिंग फॉर द नेशनल साइड, एक और डिफरेंट बॉल गेम है, एक और डिफरेंट प्रेशर है। You know, we talk about his attitude. Is he somebody who loves the big stage?
I think that's what exactly reflects from the kind of performances he puts up, the kind of body language he carries and the aura he spreads around. Big match players सारे वो होते हैं जो biggest stage में या biggest levels पे perform करते हैं। I think इसमें बहुत ज़रूरी बात ये recognize करना in Haris, in Shaheen, even in Zaman, कि and we keep repeating this, they don't shy away from the challenge. वो बहुत ज़रूरी होता है फॉर अ कप्तान लाइक बाबर आजम, जब आपके पास बॉलिंग ऑप्शंस में ऐसे ना हो, क्योंकि हम सब ने जब गेम खेली है बहुत दफ़ा होता है कभी कभार कि यू लुकिंग अराउंड एंड देयर बॉलर्स हु नॉट लुकिंग एट यू एज अ कैप्टन। तो उस किस्म के जब आपके पास अगर प्लेयर्स हों तब आप फंसते हैं। वो बॉलर जब आपके पास मौजूद हो ना, हु आस्किंग द कैप्टन के लाओ मुझे बॉल दो, दैट इज़ व्हाट इज़ अ विनिंग कॉम्बिनेशन।
वो जो मोमेंट्स हैं जो ये बात कर रही हैं, वो क्या आपका बैग भी होता है, वो जो क्लच मोमेंट्स हैं, तब हारिस रऊफ, यू लुक एट हारिस रऊफ, ठीक है आखिरी ओवर्स है, you expect him to go for runs, but he'll always come back, he's always going to come back and he'll always be the first one. I think Zaman Khan is quite close now, लेकिन he's always be the first one कि मुझे बॉल दो, 19th ओवर मुझे दो, 20th ओवर मुझे दो.
और 19th ओवर 20th ओवर हारिस की वही वाली बात कि सबसे मुश्किल ओवर वो कराते हैं. आज भी हम एक स्टैट देख रहे थे, ही इज गॉट द मोस्ट विकेट सिंस हिज डेब्यू इन T20. उसमें उनका इकोनॉमी 8 जरूर है, बट वो अक्सर या तो पावर प्ले का आखिरी ओवर कराते हैं और फिर आखिर में ओवर कराते हैं. सो ही गेट्स द मोस्ट डिफिकल्ट जॉब, एंड अगर वो वहाँ पर मोर ऑफन देन नॉट डिलीवर कर रहे हैं, विच अगेन नंबर्स डोंट लाई, so he's got that attitude which works for him.
Yeah, definitely. He almost seems unfazed even when he gets hit for a boundary or a six. कभी ऐसा नहीं लगता कि वो घबरा गए हैं. If anything, he wants to prove a point. He comes back even stronger. All right, आज जो है crowd, it was a full house in Gaddafi Stadium. कल भी बहुत अच्छा crowd था. आज शायद उससे भी बेहतर था. And what a visual treat for them. बाबर आजम की उनको सेंचुरी देखने को मिली. They were right behind him. Let's find out from the fans what they have to say in our segment with Mehak.
It's yet another superb performance and win by the Pakistani cricket team, keeping their fans happy. But this time it's a special one as the people's favourite, the captain of the Pakistani cricket team, Babar Azam, scored yet another century, adding that to his feather, and he did it in smashing style. So let's ask the fans how they felt about today's performance by the Pakistani team and the environment and just being out there in the stadium experiencing brilliance. आप मुझे बताएं कि आपको कैसा लगा कि बाबर आजम ने सेंचुरी बनाई है आज, और बाबर और रिजवान की जो पार्टनरशिप थी जो सबको इतनी पसंद है वो भी आपने एक्सपीरियंस की. रिजवान ने भी हाफ सेंचुरी बनाई, तो कैसा एक्सपीरियंस था वो सब लाइव देखना?
बहुत अच्छा रहा हमारा, और बाबर एक स्टार प्लेयर है, उनका बनता भी ये था. और बाबर आजम ने एक और सेंचुरी अपने नाम की है, वो हमारे स्टार प्लेयर हैं, उनका यही बनता है. और रिजवान ने बहुत अच्छी बैटिंग की है, उनकी जो परफॉर्मेंस रही है बहुत अच्छी रही है, और हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि जो नेक्स्ट मैच होगा इंशाल्लाह उसमें भी ऐसे ही परफॉर्म करेंगे.
अच्छा, आज हमने देखा कि एक तो सेंचुरी बनी बाबर आजम से, फिर हमने 2 हाफ सेंचुरीज भी देखी रिजवान से भी और चैपमैन से भी, तो आप लोगों को इतनी अच्छी बैटिंग मिली देखने के लिए, तो आपको कैसा मैच लगा?
जी बिल्कुल, बहुत मज़ा आया. फर्स्ट टाइम बच्चों को लेके स्टेडियम में आए हैं. वैसे तो टीवी पे देखने का बड़ा इत्तेफाक होता है, लेकिन बच्चों को जो है फर्स्ट टाइम लेके बच्चों को भी बड़ा क्रेज़ था कि हम लोग जो है ना वो लाइव स्टेडियम में जाके मैच देखें. और फॉर्चुनेटली बहुत ही अच्छा मैच हुआ, ख़ास करके जो है बाबर आजम की इस दफ़ा भी हमें सेंचुरी देखने को मिली. वैसे ही वो किंग आजम है, तो माशाल्लाह इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे उनकी वैसे ही बहुत ज़्यादा जो है वो फेमस है, पहचान है. तो आज लाइव भी उनकी सेंचुरी देखने का बहुत मज़ा आया.
अच्छा, रिजवान के बारे में थोड़ा सा बताएं कि रिजवान ने भी आधी हाफ सेंचुरी की और वो बाबर के साथ पार्टनरशिप होकर उन्होंने हाफ सेंचुरी की, तो आपको पार्टनरशिप कैसी लगी थी दोनों की एक साथ?
जी, दोनों की पार्टनरशिप जो है वो अपना हर बार ही ब्रिलियंट ही रहती है, और जिस तरह वो परफॉर्म करते हैं हर बार की तरह उन्होंने हमें मायूस नहीं किया और बहुत अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस दी है.
फैंस को तो बहुत मज़ा आ रहा है पाकिस्तान की परफॉर्मेंस देखने के लिए, और अब एक और मैच लाहौर में होगा एंड पाकिस्तान हैज़ दी अपॉर्चुनिटी टू सील दैट सीरीज़. बाज़द आप कोई हम एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं कि अगले मैच में शायद कोई और नए मजीद लोगों को ट्राई करें?
कोई ख्याल करें, 2 मैच रावलपिंडी में है,
लेकिन
सील ऑफ ना करा दें 3-0. वहाँ पे 2 मैच, आपको पता है कितना बड़ा क्राउड आता है उधर, आप पहले ही सीरीज खत्म करवा दें.
नहीं मतलब कि जीत तो जाएंगे ना, अब बाकी 3 एक आध और
2-1 होके जाना चाहिए. वहाँ भी कुछ तो छोड़े रावलपिंडी में.
अच्छा, आप चाहते हैं कि आपके होम टाउन में भी लोग जो हैं आए, और वे लोग वैसे भी आएंगे, लोग वैसे
आएंगे, लेकिन वो बात ही रहेगी ना.
अच्छा चले, सुन लें बाजिद खान की बातें. बाजिद खान बातें करते रहे. रोज आपके लिए कोई चेंजेस हैं या आप भी इसी लाइन पे जा रही हैं जिस लाइन पे इस वक्त बाजिद है?
देखिए, बाजिद और मैं हर चीज पे तो अग्री नहीं कर सकते ना. इस बात
किसी चीज पे अग्री नहीं
हमने किया, एक चीज पे अग्री किया कि आपके शहर में क्राउड फैंटास्टिक है, इस बात पे हमने ऑन एयर अग्री किया, बट इसके अलावा हम ज्यादा अग्री नहीं कर सकते.
शुक्र है कराची में मैच नहीं है T20 के,
यार
वनडे में देखेंगे.
ये तो आपने दिल पे तीर मार दी है.
नहीं, अब देखिए, अब वो अब सच है, अब उसको डिनाई नहीं कर सकते, तो कराची वालों
की यहाँ जितने भी लोग बैठे हैं कराची के लोगों को कह रहे हैं कि प्लीज आए और मैच वहाँ पे भी आके देखें और सपोर्ट करें अपनी टीम को, अपने कप्तान को, सबको. जी,
बट ये जरूर है कि बैक इंजरी की वजह से आज रिजवान बाहर गए, क्योंकि एक डिबेट जो ज़रूर हो रही है कि वो ये कि हारिस हु लुक्स लाइक मोर ऑफ अ T20 सूटेड फॉर्मेट प्लेयर. ये ना फॉरगेट करें कि PSL में उनका स्ट्राइक रेट विद इन टॉप 6 हमारे पास जो बैटर्स हैं उसमें सबसे ज़्यादा था, बट उससे पहले भी चले जाएं, क्योंकि बहुत सारे लोग बात करें कि वो फ्रेंचाइज क्रिकेट थी, ये इंटरनेशनल क्रिकेट है. डोंट फॉरगेट ही केम ऑन टू द स्टेज ऑफ द T20 वर्ल्ड कप, जब पाकिस्तान बहुत मुश्किल में था और वो 2-3 मैचेस में थे जो वो इम्पिटस लेकर आए थे. तो ही हैज़ टेस्टेड दैट फ्लेवर. यहाँ पर अब ज़रूर ये वाली डिबेट बनती है कि अगर इफ़ Rizwan is still injured, or he wants to take a rest, and if he wants to nurse his back injury, तो I'm sure Haris will get a go. एक तरीके से एक अच्छी debate भी बन जाएगी, and also to see what Haris is made of continuously in international cricket. So I think एक ये change हो सकता है, it'll probably be a forced change, but in the context of the series, we'd probably best to go into Lahore 2-1.
चलें, अरूज कह रही है कि अगला मैच पाकिस्तान को हारते ना चाहिए. All right. Anyway, on that note, thank you so much, Bazid. Thank you so much, Aruj, for your thoughts. Of course, आगे जो है ये मजीद सीरीज चलेगी और एक और मैच है, लेकिन वो मंडे को है. कल एक ब्रेक डे है. बैंक अल-फलाह presents Dafa News Pakistan versus New Zealand T20 series, and we'll be joining you once again at 8:15 p.m. Well, what a fantastic match we've had here at Gaddafi Stadium. Pakistan ने 2-0 जीता है. बाबर आजम की इनिंग्स आपने देखी होगी, एंजॉय भी किया होगा. I'm sure सब फैंस ने भी बहुत एंजॉय किया होगा. And we'll be seeing you guys now on Monday. Until then, until next time, it's goodbye from all of us here.
Wow, he's cracked that. This has gone a long way.
Brings up his 50. Lovely, lovely knock by Rizwan.
Oh, that sounded amazing. The king stands tall once again tonight, and he lights up Gaddafi Stadium. 3rd T20I century for Babar Azam.
He's played it in the air. That's a soft dismissal.